So, my name is Max Chauvin. I am the chair of the Housing and Homelessness Partnership, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to the 2024 Housing Symposium. This is our first in-person conference since the pandemic, and since we did not have one last year with the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness Conference here in 2023. The response for this symposium has been tremendous. We sold out of in-person tickets about a month ago. So just a quick test or a check-in to see who's here. Raise your hand if you're from the not-for-profit sector. Lots of folks. From the public sector. And again, a huge number of folks. Anybody from academia? Yes, several folks, one of our speakers. From the community generally. Some other folks there, excellent. Anybody from out of town? And that's excellent to see. We've got so many folks from out of town. And anybody from out of province? Yes, we do have someone from out of province. So excellent. So as well as this room, we also have over 100 people who are joining us online. And so if you go around the room, you'll notice that there are some cameras up straight ahead of me, and we are live streaming the part of the event that is in the room. And for those of you that are online, hope that you'll join us in conversations we have today through the chat. And we have staff that are monitoring the chat continually. While it is amazing to have this many people here, it is also somewhat depressing to realize that such a strong response means that the housing crisis continues to grow with every passing week. Since the pandemic, we've seen record housing costs, record low vacancy rates, soaring cost of living, and unsurprisingly, a significant growth in homelessness. Today, the housing crisis is simply unavoidable. In spite of increased investments, growing public concern, and heroic efforts by many in this room and beyond, the crisis continues to grow. In scope and impact, we're spreading beyond historic boundaries across every sector and every community. And so this year, we want to push the envelope a little further than we have previously. Today, we'll take stock of how the crisis is evolving. And I'm messing up my technology. There we go. We'll want to talk about where the impact is felt and consider where we might adopt new strategies that offer the possibilities of long-term solutions as opposed to crisis or short-term management. Because the truth that we all know and experience every day is what we are losing ground in this fight. Despite doubling and tripling their efforts, not-for-profits, concerned citizens, and governments are drowning in the flood of need. Far too many people are suffering, and many more are at imminent risk of the same. We need everybody in this room and every citizen across the country, every order of government to take responsibility for this crisis. We need an honest appraisal of the root cause of the crisis, an unwavering commitment to its resolution, and we need to start today. Before we move any further into the agenda, I'd like to invite Jared Watton, who is the coordinator of Indigenous and Outreach Research within HRM's Office of Diversity and Inclusion, to offer a land acknowledgement and welcome. Jared?
Thank you. Good morning in Jalasi. As we begin today's symposium, I'd like to recognize the land we are gathered on. Today we are gathered in Chibuktu or Halifax in Mi'kma'ki, the traditional and ancestral territory of the Mi'kmaq people. This acknowledgement goes beyond just words. It reminds us that it reminds us of our responsibility to this land and who call it home. As we address housing, a core human need, it's crucial to ground our discussions in this recognition. For the Mi'kmaq, the concept of home encompasses not only physical shelter, but a deep relationship with land, water, and life around us. This relationship has been shaped over 14,000 years, guided by values of respect, balance, and sustainability. It reminds us that housing is more than just a roof over our heads. It is a foundation for belonging, community, and sustainability. By embracing these values, we gain perspectives that sees the land as an active partner in building supportive and secure communities. Our presence here today stems from a shared belief. Everyone deserves a safe, respectable, and stable place to call home. We recognize the people that lack secure housing, we recognize that when people lack secure housing, every aspect of their life, health, opportunity, and well-being is affected. In Mi'kmaq culture, home is not just a matter of ownership, but a commitment to caring for each other and for the land. I encourage each of you to carry this reflection into the conversations and decisions you have today. Let's commit to building housing that is inclusive, equitable, and respectable of all communities. Thank you for being here today and for your commitment to this vital work. Together, we can all take meaningful steps towards the future and a future where everyone has a safe place to call home. Wallen, thank you.
Jared, thanks so much for taking time to come today. Some announcements and a couple of other things before we kick into the first plenary. Mayor Fillmore is unable to join us this morning. He was set to bring some brief words of welcome from the municipality. Would like to also acknowledge the sponsors for this event. You'll find them on your material. And there's a picture of all of the sponsors. You'll meet many of them throughout the day, but also behind the curtains, which will open up during intermission and lunches. Each sponsor will have a table, and you can go learn about what they do and how they're contributing to housing solutions in our community. The sponsors are Tapestry Community Capital, David Pierce Consulting, Pivot Housing Solutions, the Atlantic Home Building and Renovation Sector Council, Clean Foundation, as well as Dalhousie University, who has contributed space to accommodate some of our concurrent sessions throughout the day. So you will look at your program. You'll notice the concurrent sessions. There are 3 of them at each of those time slots. And one of them is in here. This is Paul O'Regan Hall. If you are in the BMO room, that is the 2nd floor on this building. And if you are attending one on the Dalhousie campus, there's a map here, which may or may not be easy to follow. So to that end, you go to the main entrance on Spring Garden Road, and you will see folks like Sarah, who's in her red volunteer United Way shirt. There will be folks there in red shirts, and they will help you get to exactly where we're going. So please don't not go to the Dow room thinking, oh my heavens, I'll never find it. You will find it because we'll make sure you get there. And in the morning, we're in a room, and in the afternoon, we're in the auditorium. But either way, we will get you to that session. So in the agenda, you will note that we have some decent timed breaks. They are meant to provide you time to get water, use the washroom. It's also time to get a snack. Perhaps most importantly, it's a time to connect with the people you see in the room. There are lots of folks that even this morning I got to see for the first time in weeks or months. And so please take that time to connect. If there's somebody in the room you hear about or you don't quite get to them, come and see myself. Kevin Hooper is also here. He's in the white jacket. Doesn't mean he's the Major D. Just means that's what was clean in the closet. And but either of us, as well as the United Way volunteers, will be happy to build connections and make sure you can connect with somebody. So if you hear that person make a brilliant comment, spy on them quickly to get their name. We'll get you everything else. There are washrooms through these doors and to your right. And please, obviously, at any time, please take advantage of those. There is one session change. The presenters from Davis Piers that were hosting the 1 p.m. session in the BMO room are unable to join us today. However, Cassia Tota and Josh Adams from HRM Planning and Development will be filling in with an active or interactive session entitled Accelerating Housing in HRM, Removing Barriers and Creating Opportunities for Not-for-Profit Housing, in which they'll be discussing zoning amendments under the Center Plan and the Housing Accelerator Fund, and how municipalities can work with not-for-profits to secure new housing opportunities. So, great session. Cassia is a long-term member of the Housing and Homelessness Partnership, and so somebody who has been involved in our work for a long time, and will provide lots of great information at that session. So that's the quick announcements. There are other things we're going to be talking about at each break and at lunch. The one thing I didn't mention is if you are thinking, if you're going over to Dow, when we have those 15, 20-minute breaks, give yourself 5 minutes to go to the door and let the staff walk you over to where you're heading. So, without further ado, I am pleased to introduce Dr. Catherine Leviton-Reid, Associate Professor, Community Economic Development at Cape Breton University. Dr. Catherine Leviton-Reid is a highly respected academic committed to conducting engaged research in partnership with community organization. She leads a national 5-year, 1.3 million SSHRC CMHC partnership grant on affordable rental housing for those in greatest need. She also leads a community university housing research lab located in the New Dawn Center in Sydney, Nova Scotia. In 2018, Catherine's work was acknowledged for research excellence by the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation. In 2021, Catherine served as the academic lead of the Nova Scotia-based Housing for All Working Group, which produced the Keys to a Housing Secure Future for All Nova Scotians report. Catherine is an associate professor in the Department of Community Economics, Tourism, and Indigenous Business at CBU. She's also a research associate with the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, Nova Scotia office. Welcome, Dr. Leviton-Reid, and thank you for joining us and being our opening keynote.
Okay, so just let me get organized here. I'm not sure. Can I actually remove this? I think I can. Sure what I just did there, but I think it's working. And just can you see my PowerPoint there? Okay. You can't open it? Just one sec. is just like when I'm teaching, always have technical problems. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay. Just make sure I can even do that. Okay, perfect. Okay. So thanks very much, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here and to see some familiar faces in the room. Like Max was saying, there are people in the room that I actually haven't seen since before the pandemic. And so I'm looking forward to connecting with you over breaks and over the lunch hour. So when Kevin approached me to do the morning keynote, he asked me to spend part of the presentation talking about why we're experiencing the crisis that we're experiencing today, and then offer some thoughts about ways forward, new possibilities or new solutions. So I just want to start by sharing with you that this crisis that we're in is a provincial crisis. It's not just in the Halifax Regional Municipality, it's all corners of the province. And it manifests itself in different ways. And so for some people, they are completely unsheltered. Others are living in rental housing that's unsafe and in major need of repair. And some other people are dealing with the chronic stress and worry of not knowing how they're going to pay rent and not knowing where they're going to live once their fixed term lease expires. We last week revealed our homelessness count data. We do a service-based count in Eastern Nova Scotia. It's a 1-month count of people who are experiencing different kinds of homelessness. And we saw a 72% increase in homelessness in Eastern Nova Scotia. So that's Antigonish to Bay St. Lawrence compared to when we did the study in 2021. So we found in 2024, 719 adults and 174 children experiencing different kinds of homelessness in Eastern Nova Scotia. So that's 893 people. So as far as the root causes or understanding why we're experiencing the crisis that we are in today, of course, I have to begin by acknowledging the oppressive forces that result in some Nova Scotians being marginalized and others who are not. So if you are Indigenous, if you are African Nova Scotian, if you're a woman, if you're 2S LGBTQIA+, if you are a person with a disability, or if you're an older person, you're more likely to experience housing insecurity, and you're overrepresented in the homeless population. And there are all kinds of things going on to explain this. So for example, last week when we released our results for our homelessness count at a community event, Buddy Young from Escazone joined us, and he shared with us the experience of Mi'kmaq people who went through forced displacement or centralization, and how that contributed to experiences of homelessness among Mi'kmaq people in Nova Scotia. Of course, African Nova Scotians have historically experienced displacement as well, and they continue to do so, continue to face discrimination when looking for a place to work, and continue to face discrimination in the labor market. Service providers I talk to tell me about young people who identify as 2S LGBTQI+, and how they experience conflict at home and then struggle when they're looking for services to find services that are safe and welcoming for them. People who have disabilities struggle with economic security, and there are fewer options available for them in the housing market. And older people experience barriers and discrimination in the labor market as well, and also have harder, experience barriers in finding appropriate places to live. And I'm going to end with sexism because that's something that's really emerged for me in interviews that I've conducted over the past summer. I'm conducting interviews with women who are living in public housing and women who are in receipt of the Canada-Nova Scotia Targeted Housing Benefit. And I'm asking them questions about their economic security and how they like their neighborhoods. what kinds of opportunities are available for them in the neighborhoods that they're living in. And it's incredible to me how these women are shouldering the burden of providing for their children and the financial and emotional strain that they experience in doing so. One of the other things that's really coming to the fore in these interviews that I'm doing, because most of these women are working, is that they're earning very low wages. So they're doing work like childcare and elder care. They're working in the fast food industry. And really surprisingly, a lot of them are working for government, as a matter of fact, and they're earning very low wages. And so they really struggle to make ends meet. They also tell me about their struggles in their housing with respect to providing adequate care to their children. So the housing that they're living in has never been designed with care in mind. And so they might have a child with a disability like attention deficit disorder, but they don't have appropriate green space outside or yard space for their children to play in. A lot of them are talking about how hard it is for them to do laundry rooms with machines that are too expensive and that don't really operate well, or needing to buy their own washing machine and having to lease it. And imagine how much they're paying to lease a washing machine when they're already experiencing poverty. So as far as another root cause of the crisis that we're in, beyond these oppressive forces that have marginalized some segments of the population here in Nova Scotia, we've also, over time, really failed to recognize housing as an infrastructure of care. This term, infrastructure of care, is one that feminist geographers sometimes use. A friend of mine, Brenda Parker, who's at the University of Illinois in Chicago, uses this in her work when she's talking about feminist design of cities and feminist housing designs as well. But infrastructures of care are really places and resources in our communities that value, enable, and support caring. So housing is one example of an infrastructure of care. Schools are another, childcare centers, elder care centers, grocery stores, meal programs, food banks. Those are all infrastructures of care. And when these are lacking or when they're inadequate, we end up compensating for these with our own bodies and minds. And that's harmful. That works to our detriment. So when we have to compensate individually through our bodies and minds for weak infrastructures of care, we suffer. And tenants who are experiencing income insecurity, housing insecurity, are absolutely are compensating with their own bodies and minds for a lack of infrastructure of care. The other thing going on to explain the crisis that we're in is the reticent state. So sometimes we think about our current situation and we look back in time and say somehow that, there were better, golden years, the good old days. I mean, and the fact of the matter is that that's never really particularly been the case in settler communities. We've never had a particularly robust social safety net. And so instead, the state has provided the bare minimum and intervened when absolutely necessary, managing rather than eliminating insecurity, all in the name of individual autonomy and market efficiency. So because we've always had a reticent state, we've never had social housing, for example, that's been particularly robust in the province. So yes, if you go back in time, we did have periods between the 1950s and the early 1990s when there was more social housing production, but it was never seen as the model to follow. It was never seen as the ideal. It was always considered residual for the deserving poor, for low-income families and seniors, but not even all of them. Instead, home ownership was the preferred model. And by emphasizing home ownership, it was thought that people could take care of themselves, build a nest egg, and then be able to retire comfortably. It's the same thing for income security in the province. It's never been particularly generous. So we have a lack of acknowledgement of housing as an infrastructure of care. Then we have a reticent state. And then enter neoliberalism, and we continue to live in a neoliberal era. So where you have a reticent state with bare bones government, you have a neoliberal era where government has pulled back even more. And you can sum up neoliberalism by saying markets work, governments don't. So the marketplace is absolutely responsible for providing us with our needs. So the idea is that we are able to go out into the workforce and find a job and earn enough income to buy what we need, like housing. If we're not able to find a job, then we should start our own business, pursue entrepreneurship. Another aspect of neoliberalism is that the government doesn't want to interfere in the operation of the marketplace. And so we see deregulation or lack of regulation as well. And there are all kinds of assumptions built into neoliberalism, like we are rational actors and we're able to make choices that work the best for us, given what the marketplace provides. So how this plays out in our housing landscape in Nova Scotia is that in the early 1990s, the federal government pulled out of supporting social housing. So any housing researcher or homelessness researcher or activist in the country is going to say to you, this is when we started to experience homelessness across the country. It was when the federal government pulled out, and then the provinces really didn't step up to take its place. Some provinces did a little bit more than Nova Scotia, like British Columbia and Quebec. And then you also have at the same time when you have, neoliberalism entering into play, stagnating income supports, because housing is an income problem too, right? And so you have changes in how the federal government is supporting provinces with respect to payments that should be going to people who are in receipt of income assistance, and you have stagnating income supports. So you're left with a situation that we have today in Nova Scotia where, first of all, about 65% of all Nova Scotians own their own home. And then for those of us who rent, most of us find our housing through the marketplace. This is how it has been set up. So for everyone who rents in Nova Scotia, you're faced with a marketplace where 89% of all of the housing is provided through the private for-profit sector. So just think about that for a minute. Think about how we have marginalized certain segments of the population. Think about housing as infrastructure of care. And then think about so much of it being provided through the private for-profit marketplace. So this is really a problem. Non-market housing providers, public housing, nonprofit housing, cooperative housing, housing provided by community development corporations like New Dawn, is different. And researchers have shown how it's different. So I have done research in this area, and there's been national level work looking at cooperatives in different Canadian cities. And it finds that non-market providers charge lower rents. So in the context of Cape Breton Regional Municipality, our nonprofit providers that are actually able to choose rents charge about $100 less than market-based providers. I also just completed research with a colleague of mine from the INRS in Montreal, Xavier Leloup, and we analyzed the Canadian housing survey data. And we just looked at renter households living in different kinds of housing, and we looked at the economic well-being that they reported or not. Of course, there's an association between reporting economic well-being and living in non-market housing. And folks who are living in non-market housing also have lower shelter to income ratios. Not surprisingly, non-market housing providers, some of them anyway, involve tenants in decision-making. This is really where our cooperative sector shines. Research has found that they have stronger social orientations, which is really important when thinking about housing as an infrastructure of care. So, for example, non-market housing will incorporate common space. Non-market housing will develop partnerships with organizations in the community to deliver services to tenants. Non-market housing providers are more likely to locate in distressed neighborhoods in response to community need. Non-market housing providers keep their housing affordable. And I know you're all thinking of the odd case where this hasn't happened, where a non-market provider has had to sell their stock, but by and large, they keep their housing and they keep it affordable. And we have lots of research that's being done on this in the United States. I hear about it anecdotally so far in Canada. This is really important in the context of the contracts that developers enter into in government, right? You have to keep the housing affordable for 15 years or 20 years, but that's it. After that, you choose what you want to do with your rents. So in the United States, research has found consistently that nonprofits will keep their rents affordable. A private developer will keep their housing affordable if they're located in a distressed neighborhood that hasn't gentrified. Otherwise, they'll raise rents. And a colleague of mine at the University of Saskatchewan has recently done some really good work on evictions. She analyzed eviction data during COVID-19 in Saskatoon. She's a law professor at the University of Saskatchewan, and she found that the housing providers that evict the most are financialized landlords in the city of Saskatoon, followed by quote unquote mom and pop landlords, followed by non-market providers. So this is really important. So we also have, as far as context goes and understanding the crisis that we're in today, lack of regulation, and that's in keeping with neoliberalism. So regulation is really important, and I'm going to take you back, but I won't spend very much time on this, I promise, to my days as a researcher when I was doing my dissertation and when I was doing my postdoc. And I wasn't doing housing research at that time. I was doing research on other kinds of infrastructures of care. I looked at childcare organizations and I looked at elder care organizations, and how a private for-profit might be different from a nonprofit and a cooperative. And what I found was that regulation played a role in the quality of care provided. So if you had a state or a province where regulation was weak, you had differences in the quality of care provided. But if you had a state or province where regulation was strong, that regulation pushed the different organizations, the different provider types, to behave similarly because they had no choice in the matter. I would argue that the context of Nova Scotia, something that has contributed to the crisis that we're in, is a lack of regulation. For example, we have a rent cap, but we don't have rent control. The rent control is tied to leases, not to units. I'm not aware of a system of landlord licensing in the province. So in the context of HRM, we have just recently introduced licensing for rooming housing, but not for units. So if a tenant is concerned, it's their responsibility to call the CBRM. You know how risky that is as a tenant in the context of our vacancy rate, which is less than 1%. And then you have no system to weed out bad actors. So repeat offenders, because there's no licensing, cannot lose the privilege of renting the housing that they own. So finally, as far as context and why we're in this crisis, and then I promise I'll get to what I see as ways forward or opportunities, is that we have a poverty of ambition. So this term has been used by housing and homelessness researchers in Australia and Alberta to understand government responses and really piecemeal government responses to homelessness during the pandemic. So they've come up with this term, a poverty of ambition, which means that governments remain largely unmoved by the weight of evidence demonstrating both the harmful consequences of homelessness and the interventions required to address it and to really address it. And so what this leads to, this poverty of ambition, is really modest targets and piecemeal investments. So you see things like we're going to help people make housing more affordable. But we can't just help people, we need to insist that. And it's not about making housing more affordable. It's ensuring that housing is affordable. So ways forward, what are some ideas around new possibilities or new solutions? So I'm going to start by saying we need to acknowledge that we have other options. So the crisis that we're experiencing today in Nova Scotia is not normal, and it does not have to be this way. So I had the opportunity this summer to go on a study tour to Vienna, where they have a much more developed non-market housing system. So about 70% of the rental housing in the city is social housing. Wow, compared to our 11%. You can see by the pictures that they build housing every year. You can tell that these are new builds. So they've been building housing every year. You can also see that they really understand that housing is an infrastructure of care, and they've incorporated a gender lens when they have designed and built this housing. So you can see on the left-hand side, maybe you can't tell what that is, but the lower left-hand side, that's a place where you can go skateboarding, and then there's a little bit of a climbing wall there. And on the right-hand side, that's a play area, but you see how the balconies look out onto these play areas. So guardians, parents, grandparents can look out to make sure that their children are okay when they're playing. Also on the top left-hand side, you see what looks like a laundry room, and in part it is, with washers and dryers that actually work. But it's not only a laundry room, because there's a kitchen in the same room. So you can make a meal and do your laundry at the same time. Oh, but guess what? This is also a play area for children, because they have nice little tables and toys and, you know, soft flooring for kids to play on. And then they can even go outside. You can see the terrace there as well. This housing is also beautiful. So they pay attention to design and how the housing fits with neighborhoods. It's beautiful inside and outside. You see access to green space, but you also see that that gives, maybe you can't see by the middle picture, but tenants also have privacy, because they have fenced in areas, you know, outside behind their units, but then there's also this common area. And then the right upper hand side, that's a project specifically for women who have escaped intimate partner violence, and they have purposefully done a lot of job to try to create social connections among tenants. And there you see textiles that some of these women have painted that has made their building even more beautiful. So the other things about social housing in Vienna is that the income limit for accessing this housing is much higher than it is here in Nova Scotia. So you don't have a concentration of poverty. You have an income limit that is verified at move-in only. It's not something that's verified on an annual basis, whereas if you start to earn more money, then you have to move out of your housing. Housing is built in Vienna by the municipality, and it's also built through limited profit housing associations. So isn't that interesting? A limited profit housing association. So I'm a little bit still murky on these details. So if you have any questions, I may not be able to answer them, because I'm still learning about how these limited profit housing associations really work. But something that's noteworthy about them is that with profit that's generated from the housing, some of it has to be reinvested into the development of new housing. So it's like a revolving loan fund that's built into this model. I think that's all I wanted to say about housing in Vienna. So as far as possibilities and ways forward, so, you know, we need to know that there are options. We don't have to do it the way that we're doing it right now in Nova Scotia. I also think it's really important to acknowledge the organizations, the informal networks, and the actions that have taken place in the province over the past several years to really address, or to try to address, housing insecurity and homelessness. This is also part of staying hopeful as the ground seems to be shifting beneath our feet. So there's a lot of really good work going on right now in the province of Nova Scotia to try to push for change and address housing insecurity and homelessness. So, for example, the Nova Scotia Action Coalition for Community Wellbeing has done really good work around organizing and mobilizing, doing some training around how to use your voice for change, organizing petitions around limiting fixed-term leases, and getting the government to acknowledge that housing is a social determinant of health. There are a lot of people talking about land right now too, and that is really positive because we can't build affordable housing if we don't have land. So there are land trusts that have emerged in the province recently, and I also hear people talking more and more about land banking. This is really important, and if someone wants to have a conversation about this during a break, I'd love to chat with you. I think there are some counselors in the room as well, and we have to rethink properties that go up for tax sale, right? So in CBRM, if someone doesn't pay their property taxes, eventually that property goes up for tax sale and it's sold to the highest bidder. So that obviously that supports speculation, that supports the financialization of housing, when we could be using a land bank model to make sure that that housing is used for either affordable home ownership or to develop non-market housing. So not only are there really good things happening in Nova Scotia, like the Nova Scotia Nonprofit Housing Association, but there are efforts going on across the country to really push for change. So I guess the question that I encourage you to think about while you're here today and when you leave this event as well is, are we connected as much as we should be? We're doing great work, but are our networks and organizations and actions connected as much as they should be so that we really see change? I do think that the Nova Scotia Nonprofit Housing Association and the regional networks they are creating is excellent and is going to help make connections. I wonder if that's how we're going to see change, or if it's really through a broader organization. So if the networks of the Nova Scotia Nonprofit Housing Association should be part of the Nova Scotia Action Coalition for Community Wellbeing that not only addresses housing, but income security, for example. Finally, I think part of this is redefining what is possible. So in the context of a poverty of ambition, I think something to consider as far as new possibilities or new solutions is for the sector, so all of us in this room, to redefine what is possible. So can we respond to the poverty of ambition with a generosity of ambition? Can we, for example, demand that 30% of all rentals in the province of Nova Scotia be non-market, with most of those rentals being deeply subsidized, so social? And half of those rentals, I would say, being supportive based on the data we have on who is experiencing homelessness. And of course, this housing being culturally appropriate and safe to respond to people who are marginalized in this province. Can we also insist on massive government investment? Not piecemeal programs or what some people say, tinkering around the edges of the problem. Can we as a sector reframe housing as an infrastructure of care? And can we insist on the elimination of homelessness? But it has to be done by addressing the structural factors that lead to homelessness, like the lack of non-market housing and very weak income supports. So I'm going to leave it at that, and I'm not sure if I've gone over time or if there's time for questions. Maybe there's 5 minutes for questions. Okay. Did you want? Okay. Okay. But I'm also fine if there are no questions. I know that people often will, my students will come up to me after class. Yes. Yeah, so that's a great question. And so I had to remind myself, I was part of the, well, as you know, I was part of the Housing for All working group, and we had a 10-year budget. And so we estimated that it would cost $500 million per year for housing and supports required. But we also showed how we could actually pay for that. But you have to keep in mind that that report was done in 2021, and so costs have absolutely increased to build housing since that time. But if you want to take a look at the budget, that's on the CCPA-NS website. Oh, yes. Yeah, well, okay. Fair enough. If I welcome if the sector wants to say 70%, like Vienna, go for it. I guess I chose 30% because that's in keeping with many places that have more social housing stock than we do, but it's not the really maybe radical model of Vienna. So I was thinking about what might be possible or palatable. But I was also looking at the core housing need data, how many Nova Scotians are experiencing core housing need, and 30% corresponds quite well to that figure.
Very quickly, when you say 70% in Vienna of non-market, how much of that is government offered?
I actually don't know. I don't have the breakdown of how much of it is municipal versus the limited profit housing associations. Sorry, I don't know that.
So the same for Nova Scotia, if we said 30%, it could all be offered by the government.
It could all be public. Could be a combination of public, nonprofit, and cooperative. That question actually comes up quite a bit about how much, should be public versus nonprofit and cooperative. And I think the thinking, one suggestion that I've seen that was made by Sarah Cooper. I don't know if you know Sarah Cooper's work, but she's in Manitoba and she does work with the CCPA there. She says, 50-50, because that way you have a strong government commitment to public housing, but you also have, community-based strategies and community organizations that can pursue kind of tailored housing projects to populations that they work with and communities that they're located in.
Thanks for this very comprehensive presentation. It's been wonderful. And
Thanks.
I'm wondering if you learned in Vienna what the factors were that led to their having 70% non-market rentals.
Yeah, so also a great question. And I know that I know that people, do ask that question, can that actually be transplanted here? Because are the conditions the same? So, one thing was complete lack of housing after the First World War. And so there was a need to act because people were really, really living in a massive scale in completely inadequate circumstances. So there was definitely that. And I think that there was also a recognition there that housing, this is what I've read anyway, housing is just a necessary component to the functioning of that city. And so if people aren't housed, then they can't participate in community life. If people aren't housed, then they can't find work. So those were two elements. I don't see how those are, we don't have the exact same history, but we are experiencing a crisis. It's incredible to me the degree to which we have such visible homelessness, and we know that's only part of what's going on in our communities. And so I think that the crisis here is getting to a point that it's to me it's the same kind of circumstances really that necessitate this need to intervene in this kind of way.
Dr. Leviton-Reid, we do have a question online.
Oh, great.
Wondering about the infrastructure of care, and have you seen an example of all of those different groups coming together to successfully help address homelessness?
I guess I'm not quite sure what you mean as far as what do you mean all groups coming together?
I think you mentioned on your slides education and those groups. Have they ever become integrated in a response?
Well, not that I'm aware. I know that some community organizations are developing community hub models where you can access a range of services in a particular place. So you can access childcare services, laundry, access to food, access to maybe employment training. So I guess that's what I would think of. Otherwise, I'm not sure I'm aware of, all of these infrastructures of care coming together. I don't think that they necessarily have to, all come together in one space. But we need to be thinking about how we're designing our neighborhoods so that our neighborhoods include these important aspects of infrastructures of care, but also how we're designing all of these spaces.
Great, thank you. That's the end of time we have for this morning's plenary. You mentioned you were available to chat with folks on the break. Also, are you comfortable with people getting copies of the slides?
Yes, sure.
So folks, we will send out copies of the slides to everybody in attendance, both here and online. So everybody has it. So Dr. Levenreid, thank you so much for coming and sharing with us this morning. Folks, a couple of quick announcements just before we take the break. There is food and things down here and drinks. You're welcome to come and grab those. Also, remember, washrooms are out the door to the back. Also wanted to take a moment to remind folks that Trish is here somewhere. Whoops. Trish is here from the Nova Scotia Not-for-Profit Housing Association, who was formed in 2023 following 2 years of thoughtful conversation and input across the province. Their start was made possible through funding from the Nova Scotia Community Growth Fund. And a panel, whoops, wrong, the Community Housing Transformation Center. If you'd like to learn more about the Nova Scotia Not-for-Profit Housing Association, Trish is here, as well as some board members, and we'll also make sure to distribute their email address and information with the follow-up package. So please enjoy your break. please feel free to stay in the coffee line and get yourself some coffee or snacks. That's not a problem. So this session is entitled Invisible Homelessness. And this panel explores the journey of three communities navigating homeless from predominantly invisible to increasingly visible. This panel is going to be facilitated by Michael, who's the only, you'll notice in your program, this is the A session because it's the first concurrent. How we got a facilitator with an M, we don't know. So, excuse me. So, Michael, I'll let you take it away from here.
Thanks, Max, and good morning, everybody. I'm Michael Kaplan. I'm the Executive Director of AHANS, the Affordable Housing Association of Nova Scotia. We're a builder, buyer, operator of a scaling portfolio of affordable housing, but particular to this session, we are the community entity for a program called Reaching Home, which is the federal government's investment in reducing homelessness in our community. So we're the designated community for Halifax, and we're the community for rural and remote Nova Scotia. In addition to those two streams for that program, which I'll tell you a bit more about in a second, there's an Indigenous stream that's operated by the Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Center, and there's a stream in Cape Breton Regional Municipality, which I'm sure you'll be talking about shortly. But the program essentially makes strategic investments in resources that can be people, places, or services to help people navigate the journey of experiencing homelessness, and in particular, help them find some type of stable housing and support them to keep that housing. That's really the goal. And in HRM in particular, we actually, if you hear terms like the by name list, that sits at AHANS. If you hear the term HIFIS, if you work in the homelessness support sector, we have the good or misfortune of managing that database on behalf of the community. And so, yeah, we're at the center of it for a big chunk of the province. And I'll allow the panel to introduce themselves as I ask some questions.
Great. I assume I'm up to introduce myself first. My name is Elise McLean. I'm the Director of Development and Properties for New Dawn Enterprises. New Dawn is located up in the Cape Breton Regional Municipality. We have been providing affordable housing in the community since 1976, so coming up on 50 years. New Dawn was a founding member of the Canadian Economic Development Network. And we're a social enterprise. You know, we operate housing, but we also operate in sectors of immigration, food security, arts and culture, and we also have commercial properties too. So it's funny when I go to larger centers and HRM might have an organization for each of those, but we're small enough at CBRF that kind of New Dawn covers all of those bases. So yeah, thrilled to be here today.
Thanks, Elise. My name's Ashton Stevenson, and I am the manager of outreach services with the Housing and Homelessness Department with HRM.
My name is Aiden Cavisto. In my day job, I am the manager of community development at the YMCA of Cumberland. Like many other YMCAs, we wear many hats, and so in Amherst, we provide homelessness prevention and housing support services, as well as managing our own by name list for Cumberland. And we've started a community of practice for rural Nova Scotia coordinated access. So we're working with our partners across Nova Scotia to develop a by name list rurally, because we have a lot of people that travel between rural areas. And my other hat that I have here today is I'm the board chair for the Nova Scotia Nonprofit Housing Association. And so the work that we do at the Y and my work there extends beyond just that seat, and representing our organization and the work that we can do across the province to bring more people together and organizations together. Thank you.
Thanks, folks. So we're not going to do like ask a question, everyone answers. I think for people, just jump in. So let's have a conversation. People up here, and then in the end we'll have time for you guys to jump in, hopefully too. So as most of us know, and we keep hearing about it in media and in many other things, tent encampments, particularly in HRM, seem to become the visible symbol of the housing crisis. It's kind of been the lightning rod that's gathered everyone to kind of talk about it. But in other communities in Nova Scotia, people sleeping rough or experiencing undersheltered homelessness remain more out of sight generally. So what kind of risks and challenges do individuals face when they're not part of those kind of more organized encampments? What have you folks seen out in community?
I mean, I could speak to that because we oversee all of the designated encampment sites in HRM. So there's a lot of coordination with encampments. And I don't know if much people know that, but there's water jobs. People have access to water and, access to bathrooms and, access to new tents. It's visible. So if a tent was slashed, we we're made aware and we can coordinate those efforts to get people supplies that are needed. Now, if somebody is in a rural area and doesn't have access to those coordinations, then I would argue that they're more vulnerable, as well as a community, a sense of community, a sense of belonging. Being able to look to your neighbor and ask for something or just say hi. I think we take that stuff for granted. Like we came into this room today and everybody started mingling and asking each other like, how was your day? Like, good morning, like that stuff that we just take for granted. It's supposed to happen. But that doesn't happen to people who are living alone in the woods and just have to be extra resilient. So I'll just leave it there because I'll just keep on going. So at least stop me anytime.
I think in Amherst and across Cumberland County, homelessness looks similar, but it also looks different. I'd say in the last 7-8 years from when our department first opened at the Y, um, homelessness wasn't as visible as it is now, especially through the pandemic, where now there are people living in tents within the city limits or town limits, and also outside of town limits. And so we have people that often will migrate to shelter and then out of shelter, depending on maybe there are some behavioral issues, maybe they're having interactions with other people living or staying at the shelter that they don't like or what have you. And there's lots of instances where when you're in a smaller community, that's how it becomes invisible, is because you end up couch surfing or you're staying in someone else's tent and and maybe whatever resources are available, maybe you're not accessing at the moment for XYZ. So I think one of the biggest obstacles in our community is not only just being able to provide a shelter space, that we have our permanent shelter now, but also the interpersonal relationships that happen in small towns where people can get caught up in feeling guilt and shame and burning those familial bridges that don't allow them to have that connection.
Yeah, I'll just chime in and agree. It's interesting, Ashton, when you mentioned the washrooms. I know during the pandemic, like lockdown, heavy lockdown in Sydney, there were there was nowhere for people to use the washroom who were unhoused, like literally nowhere, because all of the doors closed to every business, organization, office. And so a local group, I'm also a part of the Affordable Housing and Homelessness Working Group in the CBRM, got together and arranged porta potties to be put out in local parks, because even that basic necessity was unavailable. And so to just echo, yeah, I mean, in our experience in the CBRM, we have no encampments, but we have, as you just heard Dr. Catherine Leviton-Reed say, in Sydney proper, we have about 58 people who are sleeping rough every night, and they're all dispersed by themselves in various unseen places all around the municipality, at the end of dirt roads, beside train tracks, in the woods, in different places. And we've had people who they're also incredibly vulnerable for overdose by themselves in the woods. So yeah, I would also agree with Ashton. It seems that people who are by themselves and isolated and invisible as homeless people have way less services and are quite a bit more vulnerable than people who at the very least are together in encampments.
It's a good segue, I think, into the next question around a lot of communities in Nova Scotia are really experiencing this for the first time, where they've got people who have nowhere to go, like literally nowhere but unsheltered homelessness. And there's a new conversation emerging around the intersection between mental health, cost of living, the housing shortages, and how all this have kind of coalesced to kind of create this imperfect storm, I think, because I wouldn't say there's anything perfect about this. And you were kind of talking a bit about the things your community did early on during the pandemic, but what other kind of things have happened in your various communities to reconcile this new reality that this exists? There's no immediate solution, and how do we deal with it?
I might jump in first if I can, mostly because it's cathartic to talk about because it's been an unbelievable challenge. So, Sydney, CBRM is a, second largest urban center in the province, and we had never had visible homelessness like ever in our community until the pandemic and sort of this latest housing crisis came. Of course, we had people couch surfing and who were chronically underhoused for a long time, but no real like people who were visibly homeless. And so it's this unbelievable reckoning as a community that we have had to begin to deal with. And while getting people housed is obviously the most important and urgent issue to be solved, it's also become this huge educational burden on service providers who are desperately trying to educate community leaders, people who really, really, really should know better about this intersection of mental health crises, addiction crises, which of course, up in Cape Breton, we have all sorts of converging crises. And so, it's a lot easier to say, well, which is like educated people believe that HRM is giving bus tickets to their homeless people and busing them up to Sydney. And I'm sure in HRM, they believe that they're getting bus from Toronto or something. Like it's right. And so alongside this like immense urgency of getting people housed and trying to, get people healthy and well, and in a lot of cases save lives, is this weight of educating our community leaders and the general public about homelessness and what that is and what visible poverty is. And it's just, it's like, it's a huge effort and it's really difficult. I don't know if you guys can relate to that.
Did you want to go, Ashton? Okay. I guess a little bit of a longer story, but Amherst we have our permanent shelter now that opened. Tammy, was it April? March 2023. And prior to that, we had a temporary winter emergency shelter. And so I was part of the group of folks that put that together. And it was kind of spearheaded initially. That initiative was after Hurricane Fiona in 2022. And the community saw the need for it. Again, coming kind of post-pandemic, is there really a post? I don't know, but post-pandemic, where all those cracks and fissures in our social safety nets that we know, as Catherine said, are not very well established and well supported, but all of those cracks and fissures brought homelessness really into visibility. And through those planning meetings for our temporary shelter for the winter of 2023, or 22-23, we had lots of pushback from community and we had to do a lot of education work. But something that was really significant was that leaders in our religious community, so from the different churches that have always been involved in poverty and in homelessness, said that this has been a problem for the last 40 years. It's not that homelessness didn't exist, it's that it was just hidden. And the churches see it all the time. I think a lot of us are familiar with the different ways in which we support our clients. I manage a team of front line facing folks that we work very closely with the churches and with St. Vincent de Paul to try and support people for eviction prevention and shelter diversion. But it was from the leaders of the church that said, this has always been here and now we can just see it. And so there's always this need to educate. And in 2023, in November 2023, my office, in partnership with Nova Scotia Health, as well as University of New Brunswick, St. John campus, Julia Woodall Melnick, we did our service-based count. And so we were finally this fall, we were able to release all of our results. I've got some copies of our executive summary here. But what we found was that we had more than 3 times the respondents from our 2021 survey. But there was still a core group of about 19, 20 people that we found that are regularly homeless and living unsheltered. And so I think that there's a core group of people that are falling in the cracks of the other social pieces that aren't there. So mental health and addictions. You might have access to your counselor. You go to a withdrawal management for a week and then you're out, and then you have to wait 2 weeks before you see a mental health worker. And then where do you go? What do you do? There's no not enough supportive housing. We just have 6 supportive units now at our permanent shelter, which is again a new model, but are just the starting building blocks between the work at the shelter at the Cumberland Homelessness and Housing Support Association, as well as the Y. We're both working towards creating more outlets and making those connections between health, wellness, and housing.
You good? I think we're going into the rabbit hole here, which I think is good. One of the things I think to pause to acknowledge is we've seen incredible investment on homelessness and the homelessness support sector, from the province, from the federal government, from municipalities, from the public kind of domain, raising money and bringing money to the table. Like we talk about Dr. Leviathan Reed talked about the hope that's coming, but it's still not enough. We can all acknowledge, right? We still haven't seen the progress in reducing numbers. I think we've been managing, so to speak. And I think with these new resources that keep coming up and getting added onto the system, whether they're emergency shelter or the pallet shelters or tiny homes or permanent supportive housing or wherever they are, have you folks noticed? And I guess how do we talk about this idea of housing first, which is really important, but we're also I have the feeling warehousing first. We're trying to remove people from visible and put them out of sight. And how have you navigated that, and what's going on in your community around this push and pull between taking people from a visible encampment, which it's there, we have an example to talk about the issue, versus moving it, even in the community where I live up in Clayton Park, we're setting up some pallet shelters to be emergency homes, and it still is this giant uproar, and it'll open quietly and it'll likely be stably run, and community won't even feel a huge impact to that being there. But this initial, what is this? And we don't want it here. How are you feeling that in your community and trying to resolve unsheltered homelessness while also trying to help people find permanent, stable solutions to their homelessness?
I think it once again goes back to education, because none of this is rocket science. Like it's not an us versus them scenario. You know what I mean? We're all one species. So you have to ask yourselves, would you want to live isolated, not around any amenities, like not on a bus route, not near a gas station or a grocery place? Like I think once we have to start asking ourselves, this is why I like conversations. I sometimes bait people, like, what do you do for work? Just so they can ask me so I can bring them in. Because then they start understanding, oh, that's heavy. And then when they get home, you know, they think twice before they push that key through the door. So I always ask people, like, what if this was your son or your daughter or your sister or your mother? Like, would you want them isolated where, paramedics couldn't get to them, or they were so hidden where people wouldn't make contact for weeks on end? Like this mentality, it's us versus them. It stems from stigma, which I know we'll get into, and I'll rant even more then. But it stems from stigma, and it stems from lack of public education and us feeling like that's the problem with the out of sight, out of mind. It's if it's not in your face, then people don't talk about it. I think there's opportunity when people drive by the commons and they see a tent there and they're upset about it. It's an opportunity to discuss that. It's an opportunity for conversation. It's an opportunity to hold people accountable as to why are you upset? You know. So yeah, I'll leave it there. Sorry, team.
Elise Aiden?
Yeah,
You go ahead.
yeah. How do I condense all the things I want to say? Yeah, it's been like a horrific transition, if I'm being honest, up in Sydney. Our shelter, we have a shelter, an emergency shelter in Sydney that has 30 beds. And our partner of New Dawn, the Ally Center, they operated last winter an emergency shelter of 40 beds. And I mean, they were full and turning people away every single night. And yeah, the ignorance, the NIMBYism, as you're saying, Ashton, like people, when you, I find it so exhausting. I don't know about you guys in the room, but when people start their comments to me regarding homelessness and they start the comments with, everyone deserves a home. I'm not against housing. Homelessness is atrocious. Just not in my community, just not in my neighborhood. I just don't want them here. I just want them somewhere else. I agree they should be housed. They should be housed, but not anywhere near me. That I find just like I want to explode because like unless we put them on the moon, we have to house people somewhere. So exactly as you're saying, uh it's such an exercise in people, like what you're seeing is poverty, and it is uncomfortable. I don't like seeing poverty. It's horrific. What an awful failure of us as a society to see not people from Halifax, our community members who are living in abject poverty. That's super uncomfortable to look at. But instead of just saying, let's make it go away, let's put them somewhere else so I can feel more comfy and I don't have to feel bad feelings, confront that, I think exactly as you're saying, and do something about it and change our point of view, recognize the internalized stigma or sometimes outright stigma that we have, and confront that a bit. Yeah. Anyway, I'll also stop talking.
No, I think we all kind of are singing the same tune here, where you're often faced with a community that wants to see something happen, but they want it to be really convenient, and they often want it to happen in a way that they don't have to have any personal responsibility. And I think part of that goes to our culture around individualism and capitalism, right? Is you're the determinant. It's only you. You decide. You can be a self-made millionaire, billionaire. It's up to you. But the other flip side of that stigma piece around saying, well, I don't want people that are homeless around me, it's devaluing the person and their skills and who they are as a person, regardless if they're have complex mental health issues or not, whether it's just somebody that, some circumstances beyond their control, like an injury at work, and now they can't work, and now they don't make enough money, and they can't afford their house, and here they are, which happens all the time. It's devaluing of the people when communities are just thinking about not in my backyard. Oh, that's great for them, but it's a devaluation of human life.
Yeah. And there's a lot of myths around what it means to be a person experiencing homelessness. And there's a lack of, I think you've talked about it, human compassion. Once someone has fallen through our social safety net and now they're living in a place where they need help, they're experiencing a crisis, an emergency in their life. And, there was some training recently, and the example someone used was, if you were having a heart attack, no one would deny you access to healthcare. If you ate 3 cheeseburgers a day and smoked and didn't exercise, you would still get access to healthcare. Yet we like to, in our sector, we like to point at the person and blame them, but blaming them is not going to solve anything, right? And so what are the other myths that you kind of see or you've seen in your community? We talked about one, everyone's getting bused into my community. Everyone says about their own community that people are getting bused. Our data doesn't really show that, I'm sure. In your communities, what do you see? That's one example. What other myths are people experiencing, and how is that making it more difficult to serve people? And if you're navigating, trying to match people to housing resources, or you're just out there trying to connect with people more generally and come up with broad solutions. What are the myths you see, and how are they impacting the people you serve?
I think one thing that people really focus on is substance use, and so there's definitely that connection between homelessness and drug use, and so everybody is using drugs. Everybody who's homeless, like that's their fault, and they can't be helped. And so that one's really hard because a lot of people have personal experiences with addictions, whether it's a family member of their own, and so we're all coming with our own biases and own thoughts and feelings around it. But when you have some people that they're the loudest voices in the room and they're saying that everybody who's using the shelter, there's needles down the street, and the Y's giving out free needles and all this other stuff. Like it perpetuates not only just stigma, but it perpetuates the inability for the culture of the community. This is something Kevin said, I think I heard him say last year, was that culture eats strategy for breakfast. And so that's why not only just education, but connecting with those people that are so wrapped up in that their own ideas around addictions and around homelessness. It's hard to break that, and you can't create something that's going to be successful in a community when you don't have the community on your side.
Yeah, I like that. As well as, people are in these situations because they're lazy. They could just, get up, get a job and fix it. It was hard for me to get here this morning. Like, watching TV late last night and, on a gloomy day, like, to get to work, like that's not easy. So imagine if I was living outside, and I was struggling with an addiction issue and mental health at that, like it would be difficult to, go find some food. Like, you know what I mean? So I think a myth is around people, they can just get up and fix their situation without any wraparound supports. Like supports are needed, and we always throw around this whole like wraparound supports, um, and I could get really specific around that. I don't want to be vague here. So what I mean by that is, and I say this often, people aren't sleeping well, people aren't eating well, people are some people are struggling with mental health issues, and some people are struggling with a lot of things. So healing and wellness is what's needed. As you said, Aiden, supportive housing, housing mixed in with wraparound supports that help with healing and wellness. It's so important. I think I'm totally gone from your question, Michael. But but yeah, I would say that's a big myth is that people are lazy and they can get up and solve their issues, and the reason why they're homeless is because of them. There's also people who are struggling with addictions. I met somebody who struggles with alcoholism in his late 50s, and he tells me when he walks to the NSLC, people view him like, why are you here? Like you don't have to be here. And his story is, he used to go to his parents' parties as a 5-year-old, and he used to pick up drinks around his parents' household as a 5-year-old. And ever since then he adapted this habit of drinking. Now, he shouldn't have to tell that story to the people who are, looking at him a certain way in the NSLC store. That's not fair, because nobody questions anybody else going in. But because you see somebody going in every single day, you're like, what's going on? What's your issue? So the myth around that individual will be like, this is your fault. You had the perfect environment. Why didn't you use it to your advantage? When in fact, he didn't have a good environment growing up, and he was influenced by who we're all influenced by. Most of us are influenced by our parents. So I would add that to the myth line.
We have all the same, yeah, all the same type of myths for sure. That I think a myth is that, you know, so I'll also tell a story of a family member who's a pharmacist. He went to Dal. He's also bipolar. And so a few years ago had some pretty severe episodes. And like it is unequivocally true that if it was not for his family, he would be on the streets, like no question. And so I like to kind of pull that out to say that just because you're, someone who's educated or a professional, you have a great job or you're well paid, you too can find yourself homeless, like as Aiden had said, workplace injury. So the myth that any of us at any time could also find ourselves in that situation. And also that like there aren't people, like I know personally people who are live, so we have our pallet shelter in Sydney up and running already, and there's people who leave the pallets and go to work. And so it's it's like any society, there are all walks of life of people who are suffering from homelessness. And also, yeah, I hate the deserving homeless whole thing also drives me crazy. But
Thanks, guys, for sharing on those. We talked a lot about education. So there's a question here on education. I think I'm going to skip that over because I think we've gotten in here on the need to educate. But I wonder, in addition to how we can educate people, we've talked a bit about that. What are the other strategies that organizations you work for, the organizations that might be represented in this room here today, can kind of reach out, connect with individuals who are experiencing that hidden homelessness in the community and provide them with the support? So we talk about things like outreach or other types of wraparound supports. What are the strategies and what are the things we can offer people? People, it's vague, right? People, we talk about supports. Let's talk about what it looks like.
yeah, and I mean, maybe Ashton could give a better answer. But outside of outreach, it is, especially for invisible homelessness, for people who are couch surfing, for people who are living in their cars, people who are intense, like isolated in the woods. You just don't know that they're there sometimes. Sometimes you do know, but the vast majority, you don't know these people. You would never have an opportunity as an outreach worker even to come across them. And so, I don't know, put up posters at like, I don't know, on light poles. Like it is just very hard. It is very, very hard to access those people.
I think one of the hardest things is to motivate people to get involved when, one, they probably have other things on the go. They have families, they have jobs, they have other obligations. But I think encouraging people to get involved on boards or on community groups makes a big difference. I know board work isn't for everyone, but being involved and getting to know your community makes a big difference in how you operate in your community. And so for people that are wanting to be disconnected so that they don't have to deal with it, though sometimes you're just not going to reach everybody. But as organizations, if we don't offer an opportunity for people to learn or an opportunity for people to get involved, then no one's ever going to get involved. And you might not win the hearts and minds of everyone, but every one person can make a big ripple effect in a lot of people's lives. So I know that my office, we're off site from the main building at the Y, because we're a bigger team than we used to be. But what we're able to do is offer ourselves as a naloxone training site as well as a clean supply distribution site, and we provide testing strips for fentanyl and benzos as well as HIV self-tests. And I know that our local shelter is also a naloxone training and distribution site. So giving us an opportunity to teach other people in our community as volunteers at the Y or outside of the Y gives us an opportunity to have those conversations with people and say, did you know that not everybody who's homeless is using substances, or not everybody who's using substances is homeless? So that's just one strategy that we've taken. And any kind of public engagement that we do, my approach has always been, talk to people like you would talk to anybody else. You have to talk to people like they're coming along for the ride and tell them the story. Because if you're not telling them a story and you're just spitting facts, it's hard for people to feel engaged. How do you connect that to your real life? So that's always been our approach. My approach at the Y is to always bring people along for the ride.
Yeah, I love that emphasis on story. I think storytelling is so powerful. Not everybody likes to do it, but there is a percentage of people who want to tell their story, and I think that's exactly how you tie people in. People who are in this field, most times, like we were talking earlier, I was like, did you prep for this? You were like, nah, like I live and breathe this. And yeah, absolutely. But people who aren't in this field don't live and breathe this. So you got people who are really like, this doesn't matter because it doesn't affect me, until it affects one of their family members. Then it's like, oh, I want to tap in with all the groups. So in order to bring people in, I think stories are extremely powerful, because very quickly you start to realize that, oh, your trajectory fell off somewhere. Like, you were a musician, or you were a professor, or you were a business owner. This is like, I've met so many people from different demographics who, claim to be successful, or moved to Nova Scotia with a whole bunch of money and then gambled it away, and then developed a drinking habit. Like, if we don't share stories, then unfortunately the people who aren't in this field don't tap in to the field. So I think, just like when the Super Bowl approaches in February, you're going to see a bunch of marketing campaigns about, the fanciest poison. And what I mean by that is alcohol. Come get this alcohol. It's a beautiful can. It's a beautiful bottle. You got sparklers and everything, right? It's perfect. Come buy it. It's the same thing with this field. We have to find ways to explore and share personal experiences, and find ways to, like, really, how are people going to bring those issues home? How are people going to, like, talk to their family and their peers about not the Super Bowl commercials, but this line of work.
It's interesting where you talk about, we've heard, there's been some stories on the radio recently around someone's dripping roof. You've heard that one. There's lots of others that there's a lot of marketing on this coming up in this topic. But I wonder, what is, I often use the story of, like, imagine this. You're happily married, you have a child, you get laid off. You're working for Bell. Lots of people got laid off last week working for Bell. A few weeks out, money gets tight, you lose your housing. So your partner and your child go live somewhere else where they can be stable. Now you're on your own. You manage yourself in a hotel for a little while because you've got some money, but just not enough to keep your housing. But you lose that. So that's the first day that you actually are realizing you're experiencing homelessness. But that happened much earlier, the first time you reach out for support. And oftentimes in the story I like to tell, this individual then is offered something, whether it be alcohol or something else, to cope with the just terribleness of what they're dealing with. And they've said no a lot of times, but eventually you say yes, because nothing else has worked. You're trying to deal with this trauma of missing your family, of losing, you were a breadwinner, it's all gone. That's the story of the people we're talking about, right? It's not everybody was born addicted to something, or was born living with mental illness, or was born living with a disability that caused them to end up living homeless. They got there somehow, and they can get out of that somehow if we work together to support them and we provide them the right supports. But I wonder, I know Max is pacing, so we're getting close to time maybe. All right. What are some of the stories that you think would empower people to understand how people slide into homelessness, but also how we get people out of homelessness? And I think one of the things I think about most is who we're leaving behind in particular, and what it's going to take. So those are their highest acuity, that have multiple factors, that are highest depth of need. What do we do to help those folks? What's missing?
I think human connection is missing. Um, you know, I'm a social worker by degree, but one of the things that I learned through working through recovery work, addictions work, and then now in housing and homelessness is that my job is to inspire hope, and my team's job is to inspire hope in people, because I think that's what often bogs people down, especially when they've had to experience so many different things, whether it's trauma or systemic barriers, whatever walk of life they come from. Human connection is what a lot of people need to gain that hope again. And yeah, I think to me that's always the number one thing, is human connection. Is how do we do that? One of my favorite questions to ask clients that come through the door is, how are you? And I'll tell you, every single time it's tears, every single time, because no one ever asks them, how are you? Really, truly, how are you? And we've had clients that have come through our office that whether they needed housing support or whether they just needed someone else to talk to, we've seen them have a lot of successes. We've seen them maybe take a couple steps backwards. But no matter what, we're still supporting them at every turn of their journey. And so we really love to celebrate the successes. And when people maybe don't live up to their expectation of where they want to be, we're still supporting them and we're still celebrating them for everything that they've done. So yeah, hope makes a big difference.
That's really hard. Wow. I can't really speak for HRM, but I know in the Eastern Zone, because of service-based count data, which if anyone's interested, I have handouts of specifically the Eastern Zone service-based count information. But something like 56%, I think, of our homeless population are people under the age of 40, and a significant number of our homeless are people who experience some type of sexual abuse as children. That's a really chronic problem in our area, and so that is, I think, and I'm talking about stories, sort of an important part of our story, at least in my area, is that when you're looking at someone who's really struggling, they were a child likely born into generational poverty, and are a child who experienced some type of sexual abuse in their life. And so that's that's a very, very important context for our story, I think.
What we didn't hear were the stories, the hopeful stories, I guess. And I wanted to come back one more time around. What has worked? What have you seen get people out of the emergency or the crisis that they're living in into something more stable, something where they've got a chance at getting a life back that isn't survival, isn't day by day?
I think it's a mixture of things. Definitely service coordination, making sure that, and before service coordination, I think it stems from people showing up to work sharp. So making sure this is a hard field, taking care of yourself, showing up so that you can put in the efforts. If you can't put in the efforts, then our clients are going to be left, so you got to show up sharp, and then you got to connect with service providers for sure, because we're all in this together. I think there naturally we're humans, but there always becomes some kind of divide. We got to put all of that aside and understand that we all get to go home at the end of the day. So we're trying to serve a population. So I've seen when people show up sharp, Michael, to answer your question, when people show up sharp, connect with service providers, don't quit, because it's so easy to tap out. It's like there's no traction. Like, I can't get this individual house. Like, nobody's like, can't quit. I know it sounds cliche, but more importantly, once somebody gets housed, it's about maintaining the housing. That's the important piece. We talk about housing first very often, which I truly support and believe in. When we're talking about housing first, we're talking about housing people without any housing readiness, which means you need to have supports in place so that person can maintain their housing, or else it just perpetuates the homelessness cycle. So hand in hand, housing first with supports, wraparound supports, and showing up sharp and not quitting.
Um, some recent, super, oh my God, amazing stories. So we opened our Pallet Village in Sydney, maybe 3-4 weeks ago. And so New Dawn, we're sort of like the landlord basically. And then we have a service provider partner in the Ally Center. They provide all their wraparound supports. And I mean, they've been doing that in the community for 30 years. And they've been telling us that the clients that are housed there are sleeping like a lot, like crazy amount of hours of sleep, because that's sort of the most restful this is the most kind of restful, safe, dignified housing they've had in a long time. As part of the Pallet Village program, we also provide 2 meals a day, and New Dawn, we operate our own Meals on Wheels program. And so we're really fortunate to have the in-house resources and expertise. We have a dietitian on staff, and so we're able to provide 2 nutritious meals a day. One is hot, one's cold. And people are starting to gain weight, like in the good way, already after only 3 or 4 weeks of being in the Pallet Village. And so it's not perfect, we're figuring it out as we go, but just those 2 pieces of feedback already from our service provider is like, oh my God, it's the most uplifting thing.
I think some of our biggest successes have to do with folks that we've been able to follow from the beginning to the end, through the whole spectrum of not just their housing needs, sorry, DCS, not just their housing needs, but anything else that can affect their housing, whether it be jobs or family connection or health, whatever it is. We have actually transitioned a lot of seniors from their homes to either long-term care or other, maybe they're moving back with their family, but there's been a lot of transition of seniors into safer, more affordable places. We partner with public housing a lot. And so being able to follow somebody through their whole journey makes a big difference. That absolutely helps in the success of people staying and remaining housed. And then obviously once they're housed, we don't just leave them high and dry. They continue on with us until they feel like they don't need us. So that's the big thing, is the continuous involvement until people are stable.
I think we have a couple minutes. If there's any 5 minutes, if we have any questions from the audience, I'll come to you if you've got your hand up. I'm going to come running. Hopefully I don't trip on the stairs.
Hi there. I'm Lee. I know a couple of people here. I'm wondering about the language with the other side of it. We have a lot of public officials using really demeaning, really disappointing. I know your guys' mayor race as well as ours. How do we combat that as a community? We're a warm audience for you guys right now, but how do we talk to other people about that? And how do we challenge them to use the correct language?
I don't know if you guys are aware, the CBRM was given $5 million, was it 2023, as part of the Rapid Housing Initiative, as many communities. And to my knowledge, we were the only municipality in the country who voted to send the money back to Ottawa, because our municipality believes so strongly that it is not their place to have anything to do with housing. So they literally tried to send the money back. And if it weren't for, public outrage, the money would have been gone. So I don't have an answer for you, and I hope maybe you guys do, but all to say, oh my God, I agree so much. And it's so like it just is heartbreaking that people, our community leaders, speak in the media and in public as if the people they're talking about aren't listening and aren't reading the newspaper and reading these horrible, dehumanizing things about themselves. So I don't have an answer. I hope you guys do.
I think I think just the nature of Cumberland County, it's a small place, and a lot of people grew up with each other that live there still. And so I think having good, strong community connections makes a difference. But I know that's harder in urban settings, like how, people come from all over the place, especially in Halifax, HRM. Like, how are you supposed to know? You didn't go to, 5th grade with somebody and grow up beside them, and your kids went to the same school. So I think the nature of Cumberland being as well connected and people know each other makes it harder for people to be like, oh, well, I'm just going to say this really nasty, horrible thing, but there's no accountability, because there is accountability within our community. I mean, that's not to say that people don't say horrible, nasty things about the shelter and the homeless population, but it does mean that there's more accountability socially in the and so we've been very lucky to have good leadership in the town of Amherst. I'd say that the county at large probably needs a little more education, but they've also been supportive in different ways, in the ways that they can. So
Hi, I work in the shelter system, and oftentimes I find we are trying to fit people into places where there's such strong barriers and rules, such as like long-term care that have like zero alcohol or weed tolerance. So I was just wondering if you could speak to like advocacy strategies or if there's advocacy on a higher level that's going on for these types of housing barriers for people.
So it's a great point. We see a lot of people who are sleeping outside right now who don't want to go to shelter environments or transitional housing because of can't lock their door. You know, like how many of us would go to sleep without locking our doors, you know? Or sleeping beside just mistrust. I'll just label it as mistrust. What I can say to that is that I know firsthand that there is work being done actively to try to change that. And I think something as simple as having access to your own room with a lock on it can help. Um, you know, just space. I think in-house though, you know how it is. If you call Rogers 10,000 times, you get what you want. You know, we have to apply pressure to our leaders. Our leaders have to apply pressure to their leaders. It's just what it is. And it has to be this you have to sometimes become annoying. That's just what it is. And like you mentioned public outcry, like that there's power in that. I hate that it has to go there, but there's power in that sometimes. So what I could to answer your question, I know firsthand that there's active work being done on trying to change those kind of barriers and road bumps for people accessing shelter services.
Let's quickly say in our community, we're partnering, like, so the Ally Center is like first and foremost and has always been a harm reduction, taken a harm reduction approach. And so we decided to partner with them to operate the Pella Village, and also we ended up getting that Rapid Housing Initiative funding, and we're building 25 units of permanent supportive housing for people who are chronically homeless, and they are our operational partner for that as well. And so our solution to that problem is just to build it ourselves and take a harm reduction approach with the housing, and our intent is to build more.
We've got 2 minutes for question and answers, so I'm going to hand it over.
Yeah, hi. My name is Stella Lord. I coordinate a network of about 25 groups across Nova Scotia that advocate with the government on poverty issues. What I'm hearing here in this room, and it was certainly raised by our keynote speaker, and I think in many of the comments you've made, is we don't only need wraparound services, we need wraparound advocacy. From the bottom to the top of this system, housing and homelessness sit right in the middle of that. And I'm just wondering how we can get there. You know, I've worked a little bit about 5 or 10 years ago with AHANS and got frustrated with that. I'm working with, you know, service providers basically, and we need, you know, there needs to be more advocacy in the community level with the government. We heard all about that this morning. How do we get there? Thanks.
In our community, I would respond to that by saying we have a chronic lack of leadership in the CBRM. And so my definition, you know, leadership can be many things, but what it also is being unwavering in fighting for what's right and saying what's right and being very vocal about what's right. And of course, having people housed is what's right. And so we really, really, really suffer from that type of leadership right now. And we, New Dawn, are one of the very few with organization, like our board and our CEO are fierce leaders. But until our municipal government, our provincial government, our federal, you know, until we have leaders even in other community groups, until that leadership and that strength is felt, yeah, it's like you're just screaming into the void. It feels like a lot of the time. I agree. You're completely right.
Hi, Stella. Thank you for the question. I think you're right in that there is advocacy that's needed at every level. And I'd be remiss not to mention the Nova Scotia Nonprofit Housing Association, which I know you're aware of, because that is a big pillar of our work is advocacy. And hearing from our membership and bringing that to municipal, provincial, and federal tables. And so connecting with our organization is probably a good first step. But then also we know that there's more work to be done within our communities as well. So I know you've done it for years and years and years, so I don't have to tell you how important it is. But I'll let Ashton chime in here.
Final word from Ashton.
Yeah, just very quickly. Anybody who has like initiatives that are cooked up in the brain, I think you got to get it on paper. You got to flush it out, because when you have a conversation with leadership, they take it, most times it's like, all right, well, I got to go figure out this work now. I got to go do the work. Like, flush it out, put it on paper, hand it in, and then have the conversation, as opposed to this hallway conversation. I think we should be doing this. It's like people don't, that doesn't sit well with people. They just take it as, oh, I got to go do some more work. Flush it out, put it on paper, hand it in.
I know I said a final word to you, but the reality is people vote their interests, and decision. Unfortunately, as Dr. Leviathan Reed talked about, government has to invest in the solution. But until we can make the connection in all of our communities across the province that ending homelessness, housing people who are struggling to find affordable housing sustainably and forever is good for their community and good for their society generally, I don't know how we tell that story, that it gets to the point that voters recognize it's best for them. Because we know it's cheaper to house people than it is to do the status quo of warehousing them or nothing. Yet we don't do anything. So we're listening, we're watching communities across North America where they're having success from an advocacy perspective. But I think ultimately it comes back to, you hinted on it. Government doesn't know what to do when we just say solve the problem. We have to present them with the solutions. And we've seen government invest heavily in opportunities and projects, whether it's the Overlook, whether it's what you're doing with Newdon now, when they have something on a plate. So I think solutions on a plate help, but more broadly, how do we tell our own community this is what's best for them, and get them to vote their interests? And then you'll see the decision makers all adopt the policies that no matter who you're voting for, it's going to be what they're interested in.
Okay, so a round of applause for our panel, please, and thank you. Thanks to Alice, Aidan, and Ashton for sharing your expertise and your experience and being honest. And thanks to Michael for taking the time to facilitate that conversation. All right, it is 11:05. There is 5 minutes to move to the next session. If you are interested in social finance with Tapestry Community Capital, you stay here. If you're going to housing first, you're at the BMO room, second floor. And if you're going to Dow, from insight to action, strengthening Nova Scotia's community housing with organizational compass, meet at the front door. Our folks in red, our gentleman in red is right here. He'll meet you at the front door of the library. So straight that way to the Spring Golden Road side. He will walk you over. And by the way, it's a gorgeous day and a gorgeous morning. So the couple of minute walk is actually really nice. Grab a pastry while you go too. more cost effectively, community bonds. We're really excited to have Jennifer Bryan with us, who is the Director of Campaigns for Tapestry Community Capital. Jennifer has been pleased to blend her nearly 20 years of experience in sales and marketing with not-for-profits, co-ops, and charities with impact investment. At Tapestry Community Capital, she's led the campaigns team to support organizations in raising over $100 million in community investment from thousands of Canadians to finance impactful goals. Jennifer draws on her many years of working in environment, renewable energy, and arts and culture to bring creativity and ingenuity to every campaign. And recently, she was privileged to complete the Impact Investing Program at Said University School of Business at Oxford University. Joining Jennifer will be Angela Bishop, the Executive Director of the Nova Scotia Housing Trust, and Catherine Levandier, Manager of Business Development and Partnerships with United Way. So Jennifer is going to kick off our session, and then Angela and Catherine, who are both working on projects with Tapestry, will be able to tell them a little bit about their experience and also then be able to answer questions. Also remind folks that are online that you can ask questions through the chat. I know it didn't work quite right for the first session, but we have confirmed it's back up and running. So Jennifer, welcome to the 2024 Housing Symposium. Thanks for taking the time to share things with us.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Take this down. Awesome. Thank you for having me. I'm here from Toronto today, although we do work all over Canada, but it's beautiful here. I'm excited to be here. So I'll tell you a little bit about who we are and what we do. So Tapestry is a nonprofit consultancy. So we are also not-for-profit. And we work with organizations in various different fields and various different sectors to help them raise community investment for their projects. So we have successfully advised issuers at this point to raise over 110 million, and that would be nonprofits, co-ops, and charities. And they're funding social and environmental projects that are impactful for their communities, and bringing in community members to help support those financially. So if we talk a little bit about what it is we actually do, we work with organizations from the outset to determine if raising community investment, and we'll talk more about what that looks like later, is suitable for them. Does it meet with their financial goals? Do they have a good team that can be dedicated to this? Do they have the resources internally to kind of raise money this way? And the big one is, do they have a community of supportive people and institutions and organizations around them that can invest in them? So our goal is to make it easy so that impact investors in Canada can easily purchase investments in these organizations. We have a secure platform that we work with so that investors can purchase their investments online. And our goal, of course, is to continually push policy and work with all sorts of supporters, including government, to make it just a heck of a lot easier to finance community and affordable housing in Canada. So the challenge that we've seen when we talk about housing, of course, this is all, it's not news, but there's ambitious goals, but financing is a huge barrier. We know that a lot of Canadians, over half, they want to make an impact with their money. They want to invest in things that they believe in, but there's not always opportunities to do so. And I mean, there's a ton of Canadians in core housing need. That's why we're here today. These are the things we hear from organizations all the time. So we could get a mortgage for a portion of the price of, you know, whatever we want to purchase in terms of an affordable housing project, or to buy land, to buy existing properties, et cetera, but we're still left with a huge gap. And, you know, we need money for renovations and other things like that. Grants are great, it's free money, everyone loves free money, but we can't depend on it, and we're really beholden to the timelines of the grantors. We need to move quickly. We want to be ready to purchase a space and compete with the private market, but it's very difficult to do that without a pool of money at our fingertips at all times. And the bank doesn't want to lend to us because if they have to foreclose on an affordable housing project, it would be a PR nightmare for them. So we have partnered with the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation through their Housing Supply Challenge. And we are a level up partner, which means we've received some funds to help organizations raise money this way. And we're going to talk about community bonds today, which is kind of our flagship product and the really innovative financing tool that organizations are getting really excited about. We started working with more than a dozen housing providers now to raise over 100 million in this space. And they're preserving or building thousands of units right now across the country. So the goal, of course, is that housing providers are unlocking flexible and low-cost capital. We'll talk about how flexible this capital can be. All investors can invest in community housing. So the investment level, like the level to get in and purchase these, is accessible to all types of investors, whether you're a retail investor, somebody like me or you, or a foundation or a larger investor that wants to put in a lot of money. And of course, we're getting more affordable housing for Canadians. So community bond, what is it? Well, if we look at a standard bond, as you might know, at a government bond, it's a debt instrument where a community member purchases an investment. The organization finances their project. They repay their investors over time with interest. And then at the point of maturity of the investment, investors can reinvest or have their funds returned to them. A little bit more about them. So they're a proven social finance tool. We started doing this work in renewable energy 20 years ago. And for example, if you've ever seen the large wind turbine in downtown Toronto, that was financed in large part by community investment. We did work in solar energy. So I got my start in this working for the Solar Share Renewable Energy Cooperative. They own 51 installations in Ontario and have financed it through 80 million in community investment from 2,000 investors. So really great success story. We've seen the model work for different types of sectors. And so we decided to bring the model to more of them: arts, community hubs, food security, education, and now, because of our work with CMHC, housing. So a community bond is used exclusively by not-for-profits, charities, and co-ops. It's an investment issued in the name of the organization. We're going to chat with two folks today from some housing organizations here in Nova Scotia who are working towards raising money this way. And the bonds will be issued in their organization's name. So it's not a government bond, it's not a tapestry bond, it's your organization's bond. Again, it's an interest-bearing loan. So organizations do provide a rate of return to their investors. And usually it's 10 to 50% of the project that's total financing. So these are stackable with other forms of debt and capital. And in many cases, these can be held in RSP and TFSA, which makes investors pretty happy. So again, as I noted, we've been doing this work in various different spaces. And our goal, of course, is to activate the social and financial capital of communities. So investors get financial return, but also that warm, fuzzy feeling they get from doing something good. So it has that feeling of when you donate money, but at the same time, you get a financial return. It's also an investment that you can see the results of. So particularly in housing, you can see what you've put your money towards, which is rare. If you put your money in a mutual fund or who knows where it goes, right? Flexible. The flexibility is what gets organizations pretty excited about this. An organization sets their own terms and they raise the money when they want to. It's inclusive. So individuals and institutions, foundations, et cetera, can invest. And we'll look at some minimums to see that, for example, a lot of organizations will offer a $500 to $1,000 minimum so that their entire community or most of their community has access to purchase these investments. If you invest in something in community, you feel a pride of ownership. So, there's a lot of particularly in housing, the not in my backyard attitude and things like that. However, if you've supported a project, put funds in it, we'd start to see that attitude sort of shrink because somebody has been a part of building that and supporting others. So a community investment campaign can be faster than a traditional fundraising campaign, although usually they're done in tandem. So organizations are often charities. They can raise money through donation at the exact same time as they're raising money through investment. Most people have their pools of money are in different places. So their money that they, or come from different places. The money that they invest is different than the money they donate. And if you think of yourself and how you are, if you donate regularly, monthly, your investment pool funds is much different. And so when we go out with these, this is how we kind of market that. We know in Canada, investors are looking for these types of opportunities, and housing is such a huge issue, so why not? One of the big ones that a community investment campaign can do is catalyze other funders and political support. They're great PR, and I'll share some examples, case studies after, of how a community bond campaign has brought in lots of other money. And they're scalable. So what an organization is doing is building a pool of 100, 200 investors that they can go back to time and again for subsequent projects. A little bit about where these sort of sit on, if we called it a spectrum of funding. So on the left is the sweet free money that we go for, although there's a lot of hoops to jump through to get it. And on the far right are your kind of standard and traditional sources of capital. And then somewhere in the middle leftish, we find community bonds because, again, there's a financial return provided, they're a debt instrument, however, there's a social impact. How can we do this? So in Canada, there's a not-for-profit national exemption, National Instrument 45-106 for those of you who know your instruments. And through this, not-for-profits, co-ops, charities can raise funds in this way. The restrictions and guidelines are pretty limited, which is great. So that means there's actually a lot of flexibility to raise money this way. Essentially, of course, no part of the net earnings of the organization can benefit investors, and no commission can be paid. So you can't hire somebody to earn a commission to sell your investments. You have to do it yourselves. If you're a co-op, you can raise money this way, although generally co-ops are regulated provincially. So it's still possible, just a little bit of a different set of guidelines that we work through. So let's share some examples. This is the Propolis Housing Cooperative in Kamloops, BC, on the other side of the country. They were founded 3 years ago, I think. Ambitious goals to buy this property that you see on the corner. It has a sushi place in it and then a community theater as well. And their goal is to buy it and create 50 affordable residential co-op units and then lease out the commercial space. Some of the things they wanted to include in their property or in their project is that it's net zero, so produces as much energy as it uses, affordable, 80% of market rate in Kamloops as opposed to market rate, and mixed use. So they would have a restaurant, a daycare, things like that for their tenants. So here's how their campaign has gone. The community bond campaign launched last year, and they started out by raising over $500,000 community investment from about 80 to 100 investors, which was great. And they worked very hard in their community to get this investment. Their investments started at $500 because they knew a lot of people would want to invest but might not have the funds to go higher. And they also had a couple of different series that offered a higher minimum for those larger investors. So a minimum of $25,000, I think. Once they raised the $500,000, they raised interest from other funders. And so they got $250,000 from the Canadian Cooperative Investment Fund and then another $270K from Thrive Impact Fund. So again, once they saw community support, the larger funders came in with some bridge loans for them. And what that allowed them to do was actually buy their building. So they bought their building from their owners, raised $1 million through these sources of financing, and then decided to continue raising money through the community because The CCIF and Thrive Impact Fund money is a little more expensive. So the community bond return that they're offering, anywhere between, I think they went 2.5% to 3.5%. It's a cheaper cost of capital for them than the those two funds. So using bond money to pay back more expensive money is something we see often. They recently just got an incredible investment from the First West Credit Union in BC. This is the largest credit union investment we've seen yet in community investment. I think it's going to continue to grow as we continue our work and working with the Canadian Credit Union Association and things like that. And so this just came out on the 14th that they invested $250,000 to in the bonds to pay back that more expensive money, as I was mentioning earlier. And so this is what it looks like right now. So 950,000 sold in their bonds. As you can see, they went from 83 investors, or they were purchased through 83 investors, both retail and institutional. So individuals coming in at as low as 1,000. And their apiary series. So if you don't know what propolis is, it is the sticky substance that bees use to create a hive. And so their whole bond campaign is bee themed. So the apiary series started at a $10,000 minimum at a 3.5% interest for 3 years. And so, investors have purchased through the range of these series. How did we arrive at these series? Well, we did a lot of work in financial modeling with them to see what could their organization sustain, knowing that a lot of housing projects don't actually earn income for a couple of years until they're established and running. Rents are coming in. So you can see there that some of those series have interest that doesn't pay out until maturity. And some of them do, some pay annually. So a good mix of different types of investment is key, or different types of series. And another way we arrived at this is we worked with them to survey their community of potential investors. What are people interested in? What do they want to what do they want to invest in? What terms make sense to them? Let's look at places for people in Haliburton. This is sort of like cottage country in Ontario, for those of you who don't know. And it's one of those, I think there was a session on this earlier, one of those places where it has a lot of that invisible poverty, people living in cars and in RVs and things like that. This incredible organization is all volunteer run. They have 12 affordable housing units in Haliburton County, all financed from community, like private loans and mortgages from the neighbor and things like that. They wanted to consolidate their debt because they were paying different rates of return all over the place. So they said, let's come up with a couple of series and raise community bond money instead, pay back all those different, loanies or loaners, and be poised, paying cheaper, a cheaper cost of capital, be poised to then add more housing capacity to their portfolio, which they did. So after they consolidated, they purchased another 8 units. And because of the PR and the excitement from their campaign, that 8 units came to them from a completely unknown source. Somebody came to them and said, I really want to sell you my property because I love the work you're doing. And I heard about it through the PR of your community investment campaign. So a lot of really great results from doing that. They raised a smaller amount of $850,000 in community bonds from 72 investors. Ottawa Community Land Trust. So for those of you familiar with the land trust model in terms of preserving units within a community, they have raised over $1.8 million from 107 investors to finance 3 projects in Ottawa. And the cool thing is they had a goal to raise 1.5 million, and they have way too much interest, so they've upped their goal to 3 million. So people are excited and they want to purchase. So it's been really, really rewarding. Kensington Market Community Land Trust. If you've been to Kensington in Toronto, it's a great neighborhood filled with really cool mom and pop shops and locally owned, restaurants. And the people who've lived there are getting kicked out because they can't afford it anymore. Developers buying up all the great spaces. So businesses are losing their buildings and renters are being kicked out. It's been really rough for them. So the Kensington Market Community Land Trust was created to buy units, but of course, getting the capital to buy units is very difficult. So they've had some government support to buy their first project and decided to raise a pool of money to be ready for when units come on the market. So they've just raised their first million just recently. You can see this is the press they got in the Toronto Star when they launched, but they hit their 1 million this last week, and have another second project that they are about to close on, and a third one in the works. So it's very exciting for them. The cool thing about them too is 148 investors means they knew they were going to have a lot of support, but people were going to come in a lower amount, and so they started their bond minimum at $500 so that they could get a ton of community members in, and they certainly have. Indwell is a large housing organization in Ontario. They house about 1,200 people, and they offer really intense wraparound supports for folks with addictions and mental health issues and things like that. They've quickly raised $5.5 million from 91 investors to support their projects in Hamilton, Ontario, which is in the Greater Toronto area. So let's talk about some of the organizations here in Nova Scotia who are hopefully going to raise money this way. Maybe I'll bring up Catherine and Angela. We'll come sit over here too. All right. So maybe I'll let Catherine, since you're up first, you want to maybe introduce yourself and a little bit about your role at United Way Maritimes?
Can you hear me? Okay. I'm Catherine Levandier, so I'm the manager of business development and partnerships with United Way Maritimes. And over the last few years, my role has largely focused on corporate fundraising, but alongside that, there's been a big focus on revenue diversification. That's been a journey for our organization. And so I've been leading some key initiatives related to that. And Jennifer has up here on the screen kind of what our affordable housing division has underway in terms of their mission. But more broadly, as an organization, we're focused on poverty, social isolation, affordable housing, and providing supports to people who are experiencing marginalization and vulnerability. So we do that in a variety of ways. And of course, our affordable housing work is one piece of that.
Thank you so much. Maybe we'll touch on some of your projects just to start. Would that be okay? And then we'll move to Angela.
So the one that you see pictured on the screen here, this is actually not one that we are contemplating as part of a community bonds raise, because it opened 2 weeks ago. And so you might have seen this one announced in the news. This is the tiny home development that just recently opened in Lower Sackville. And so this project is fully funded, but we have a few other projects that are underway or that we're contemplating. Another project underway right now is in the kind of pre-development phase, and that's in St. John, New Brunswick. And so that is another tiny home community. There's a lot of work underway with that. And the biggest piece related to that right now, other than, of course, all the pre-development work that goes into a development, is the fundraising. And so that is one project that we're contemplating community bonds for. And then there are a few others as well. And I think for us, having access to capital to pursue opportunities when they come up is really important.
Thank you so much. I think I labeled these wrong. I think this is Sackville, right?
That is actually the last one on the first slide. That was Sackville.
Okay, great.
So you can see some team members assembling some furniture. This was right before the community opened. There's still some construction underway. And on the next slide, this is kind of a demo unit for what we're contemplating in St. John, New Brunswick.
Awesome. And then would this be sort of like a community garden here?
Yeah, and so I think just thinking when we're talking about affordable housing development, thinking holistically about communities. And so this is kind of a rendering that we used when we announced the Sunnyside Tiny Home Community in St. John, New Brunswick.
Thank you. All right. Over to you, Angela, from the Housing Trust in Nova Scotia.
Thanks so much. Is it on? Perfect. I joined the Housing Trust in Nova Scotia just 3 years ago now, and we've experienced some dramatic growth through acquisition. One acquisition, in fact, of 295 units. So we transitioned those units from the for-profit sector to the nonprofit sector, where, of course, their affordability will be protected forever. So that's the primary focus of our work, is to prevent renoviction, prevent demoviction. We know that those buildings that we purchased, the 5 in HRM with the 295 units, they were under purchase and sale agreement with the private sector, and that would have been their fate. So they all came. They came with a really low price tag, 100K per door. So you think about new is what, 350 to 400K per door. So what that 100K meant was that there was a $24 million reno budget that came along with them. And because there was so much CapEx, we also purchased 295 units with an average rent of $750 for a 1-bedroom and an $860 for a 2-bedroom. Maybe we can show a couple of the pictures.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this is one of the buildings in Dartmouth, and you can see the level of renovation and retrofit. We're exceeding 80% reduction in greenhouse gases and almost a 70% improvement in efficiency. I think the next 3 are all showing that building. So this transformation will take place at all 5 of our locations. And so the residents, of course, benefit greatly, improved air quality, more pride when they come home to their units, when they're have a far greater level of curb appeal. But in the next pictures, you'll see how we've transformed the units, so the individual spaces, so we can provide affordable and quality housing to our residents. Before, after, and much better.
Thank you. So I thought I'd ask, now let's dig in a little bit to your potential community bond campaigns. So I guess I'll start with asking, in terms of finance, what are some of the challenges that the organizations are sort of experiencing? And you want to start, Angela, since you were just chatting about it, the project?
Well, I think the challenge is that the nonprofit sector needs to be able to move very, very quickly. Lots of these older buildings that have what they call naturally occurring affordable housing are coming on the market. Families that own them are getting older. It's time for them to sell, and we need to have access and as quick to access to the tools to make it happen as the private sector, or these buildings are going to flip back into the private sector where there is those renovictions and demovictions. And I think that's the primary challenge, is fill your purse and get to the market before anyone else.
We've heard that many times. What about you, Catherine?
I would say that it's twofold. I think there's a lot of desire to innovate and try new models, develop new models and test them. And I think when you take something new to government or to donors, there's a little bit of hesitation when it comes to our sector. I think we're seen as maybe not being capable, or maybe not having enough business savvy to try new things. And so I think with community bonds, that gives us a bit of an opportunity to be a little bit more innovative, to try new things. And I think too that the need is just so tremendous. And I don't just mean the need in terms of units. I think that it's also capital. It's so capital intensive. So I don't see community bonds being a replacement for government funding or for philanthropic donations. It absolutely cannot be. We need more of both of those things. But it's certainly what else? What else can we be doing? So the diversification of revenue, diversification, that is a really key word. It's about what else can we be doing to bring capital to the issue.
Similar, Angela, do you what sort of financing, I guess, is there other things in the, you have a varied capital stack, I'm sure. And where would you see, I guess, and I'll ask this after of Catherine too, where would you see the community bond money coming in? We see organizations needing it early on, or, for acquisitions, for pre-development, for renovation. What are you thinking?
Well, right now we think about hiring a pot of money in advance and then going out and looking. So we already have it in our back pocket. We already have it in our purse, and we're first at the market. But certainly there's a lot of opportunity for community bond to take debt off the hand of an organization to improve the cash flow for the organization. I think that once an organization goes through one successful bond raise and demonstrates its model, it can really ramp up to be one of the major ways that we achieve that 30% that Catherine Leviton Lead was speaking about this morning. And there are probably around 18,000 units just in the HRM that you would consider of that stock that still has reasonably affordable units. And so when I say reasonably affordable, 1,500, 1,600 and under. And with those, there's also more possibility that you can offer a greater level of support to 50% of the folks in those units.
Great, thank you. Let's talk a little bit about the investment opportunities that you're both considering. So, Catherine, as you think about your community of potential investors through the United Way Maritimes, and you're a large organization and have sort of like, United Way satellite throughout the Maritimes, what do you think are some of the investment opportunity, like the series, the terms, the rates of return, when you're thinking about that, or what's coming to mind?
I think what's really been interesting for us, we're obviously in the very early phases of exploring community bonds as a way to raise money for our organization. And what's been so interesting to us is learning how flexible they truly are. So we haven't really set out any bond terms that we might be contemplating right now. We're working on the financial modeling, which of course will inform that. But I think there's opportunities to use this as a way to raise capital for specific projects. So for example, the Sunnyside Tiny Home Community in St. John. But I think more broadly than that, we're looking at kind of a portfolio raise approach. So raising that kind of undesignated capital that we can use to pursue projects that we, in consultation with community, determined to be the best opportunities for us. And so what's really appealing to me as a fundraiser, as I've been learning about community bonds, is the flexibility, both in terms of interest return, in terms of years to repay, and then also even learning about how some of those investors come back and make philanthropic donations of the interest upon maturity. So I've just been really interested and excited about the flexibility, which presents almost endless possibility.
What about you, Angela? What do you think folks are interested in if you were looking at your series terms? I know we've been all working together on the sidelines on modeling and things, but.
So we are also are very, very early in this journey with Tapestry, but it is something we looked at 3 years ago when I first joined the organization, and then we shifted gears to grab that 295, and now we're really pleased that we're able to have the opportunity with support from Tapestry in making this happen. But what's striking me most about this is firstly that those of us who are looking at it were right 3 years ago that this is an opportunity, but just around the board table, the board members who are generating that list of people who they think they can go to and who they can have a conversation with, and how that is going to appeal to people in the HRM community or communities outside of HRM, because we certainly do, we operate across the province and will grow our footprint across the province in the years to come. The thing that I would say the board is in full agreement around the potential of this, but where there is more discussion is whether we go out with that portfolio and approach and just build a big bucket, or whether we find a patient seller a family that owns 200, 300 units and doesn't want them turned over in the private sector, and works with us over a period of time to do the raise. And in some ways, I think that would be more effective, because if you think about, you know, I've got a little bit of a background in fundraising, but when you look at what the universities do or the hospitals, they're going to show you a picture of that hospital. They'll show you a picture of that MRI machine. So I think it would resonate more with investors if they could see what they would buy, if they could have a profile of one of the residents who's already living in that unit, and what might happen to that single dad and his 2 kids if the building turned over to the private sector.
Yeah, I love that. So some of the work that we do with organizations in terms of modeling is, so we do work with a lot of organizations who want that kind of bucket of money ready, like particularly the land trusts. And so what we do often with them is we model for the best case scenario of the next possible or next 2 or 3 projects they want to purchase. So, because a lot of you are probably like, well, like, what are you telling investors? You're just saying, give us your money and we're going to invest it, we promise, in something good. So we actually model for, we work with them to, and we work with housing consultants and stuff too, to do this. But if you were to purchase your dream project, or you have a bunch of them potentially in the works, how does that pencil out? And so we do use, and also, what have you done in the past? How do we model out for that to show what, what kind of financing and funding is needed for your upcoming projects? So just a little insight on that. I didn't say I was going to ask about this, but before, we'll ask if anybody has questions here. We can definitely respond to those. But I wondered if we've all had discussions about risk, and I didn't bring this up earlier, but I wondered if either of you wanted to comment on, the idea of investment carries risk, right? And you're bringing in your community and you're asking them to invest in you. It's not a donation. Money is, principles going back to investors, interest is going to investors. What are your thoughts on that? Either or both.
To me, the risk is going out to do the raise and it's not successful.
Sure.
But once the raise is done, there are such care taken in modeling the deal, so to speak, and the stack, that investors should be really confident that the nonprofit sector can deliver on their commitments through a bond. I think you mentioned people don't think the nonprofit sector can do it. Well, we can. We rely a lot on the advice of folks from the private sector who sit on our boards. Marie France was chatting with me about that today, and I think that's a key part of our success, and I'm sure yours as well at the United Way. So everyone should be confident in us.
Great. What about you, Catherine?
So our organization is in the kind of readiness and feasibility study phase right now. And so I would say that when I brought this to our senior leadership team, some of whom are in the room, their main question was, well, why? Why would we even consider doing this when we can raise philanthropic dollars, when we could take on, for example, a traditional mortgage to finance the work? And there's Jennifer, I think, has done a great job today highlighting the why. And then since then, as we've been working our way through the readiness and feasibility study, the biggest question that we're getting from the board and from our chief finance and technology officer is, well, what if we can't pay it back? And so we are currently 3 weeks behind schedule on our readiness and feasibility portion or study.
I'm patient.
Yeah. So I'll be doing some work on that this week because we're taking a lot of time to get really deep into the weeds of the financial modeling to make sure with as much certainty as we can that this is feasible, that it is sustainable. And we're lucky to have a board that's extremely supportive in terms of asking all of the questions that we don't think to ask. And Jennifer and her team have had so much experience that they're able to answer all of those questions, and the ones that they're not, they know who to go to get those answers. And so together we've gotten to a really good place with our financial modeling, which Jennifer will see on Friday.
Yeah, great.
But we've really taken our time, and I think that is the biggest question, the biggest risk that's been identified so far.
We're behind too. So
Okay,
I
good.
think that's making the point that we're taking our time and doing it right.
There's a time difference between here and Ontario, where I am anyway. Any questions? Anybody have anything you want to address to me or the Angela or Catherine?
Jennifer?
Yes.
I'm over here in the corner. We have a question from somebody online.
Great.
I'm based in rural Annapolis Valley. Do you have any examples where social finance models have worked in areas with lower population and wealth density?
Yeah, so definitely the Places for People Halliburton example that I shared, very rural, much less population density, and they raised, I mean, a small amount, 850,000, but they have been super successful. I mean, they worked their community very, very well, and they have a really super savvy board of folks who, you know, make sure that they're making everything work out. But so we have them, and we're starting to work with a lot more rural organizations. So we'll have more to share. So if they want more detail, feel free to reach out.
Great, and your partner in crime has a thought.
Yeah, I'll go for it.
We'd actually identified in rural Nova Scotia 2 buildings, 60 units that we wanted to be that, here it is, help us buy this, meet the residents. And there was a case where the vendors decided they had to move more quickly. So when we're up and running, we're more than happy to look at opportunities across the province in rural communities.
Can I just add one thought too? I just like the community bond offering that you create is so highly customized that you build it for your community. You build it for your prospective investors. So I think it can work in really any market.
Agreed. Sorry, say that again.
Just before you answer that, we'll repeat the question so the online folks can hear. Do you need charitable status?
Oh, absolutely not. You can be a nonprofit, a not-for-profit, or a charity. A co-op as well. Yeah.
Other questions? I have another one from the online folks. Not seeing any hands. One question, Jennifer, somebody asked is there a concern when you do social financing that government will take a step back because now they see an alternative way to finance the needed housing?
I mean, if you look at the financial model for these organizations, the community investment piece is 10 to 50% of the stack. So it's all hands on deck. It's, you know, it's a very, you know, it's the pizza or the whatever, you know, there's so many different sources of financing that are needed for these projects that we haven't seen an issue with government coming in. And generally what happens is organizations raise a bunch of money this way, and then government comes in and says, oh, now we'll help. Here's $500,000. So it tends to be a catalyst.
I think government stepped away in the 90s without community bonds. So this is, you know, risk management, I think, for the community sector.
Other questions from anybody? Well, we have, okay, whoops, I've got my signal that my phone has beeped, and that means there's a question there. In a sec. No, it hasn't come through yet. Okay. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's actually a picture even. Jennifer, do you have any examples of using community bonds to fund core leadership staff? I'm with a successful but volunteer-run affordable housing provider. Government is unwilling to fund executive director, for example. Also, I think very highly of Tapestry. Thanks for coming.
Pleasure. So you want to finance operations?
Yes, I think that's the question.
I mean, if people will, the thing about operations is, the thing about, you know, a lot of the projects that community finance is used for is their asset. There's an asset. So we're asset backing. So these organizations will asset back the bonds based on their properties. So if you're going to raise money for operations and things like that, you need to be able to provide investors with some sort of not necessarily a guarantee, but some sort of security that it's not just going into operations and then there's no revenue generation that kind of supports that. So I think it would be an interesting challenge to look at for sure.
Great. Go ahead, sir. I'll repeat it.
Can you Absolutely. And we've seen organizations like in the renewable energy space use the savings from retrofits to pay back investors and things like that too.
So the question, just for those folks online, was about consolidating higher interest loans and using that saving to address some of the operational pieces. Anybody else with a question?
Great.
So, oh, here's one other question somebody had asked me and texted me myself versus the chat. Jennifer, from your experience, and maybe for the other folks talking, how much capacity does an organization need to do the work?
Oh, such a good question. I mean, we have organizations that are completely volunteer run and do the work, but they hustle. You need somebody who is good at finance or access to finance professionals, and Tapestry can help assist with that. Marketing and sales, so getting out in the community, what are the levers you're going to pull to sell these? A lot of work we do up front is preparing marketing planning, things like that. And then a project manager. And now, sometimes it's one person doing all these things. That has definitely happened, but generally that person's spread pretty thin. So project manager to check in all the other areas. What are you finding within your organizations?
I would say that capacity as it relates to social financing in Atlantic Canada is lacking. And that's no surprise. I think that's why we're not seeing the offerings made available to investors in our region, which I think overall sessions like this are helping. What I would say in terms of our organization is we have the marketing capacity, we have the fundraising capacity, we have the financial oversight capacity, but you don't necessarily need it. Like those capacities can be found within your board. And if they're not, you can bring them onto your board or other volunteer roles. But I think overall, most importantly is working with an organization like Tapestry, because you can do this on your own, but you probably shouldn't. They do a great job of holding your hand and really guiding you through, especially in those early phases when you're looking at this from a feasibility standpoint. They really guide you throughout every step. So I don't have to become an expert on all of this. And I can ask questions and they know the answers or they know where to get them. And that's important to my board and that's important to our donors. And of course, that's important to our future investors. So I think that's the key, is working with an organization like Tapestry.
Thank you. And I didn't pay you to say that.
Angela, any thoughts from the Housing Trust side with that question about organizational capacity?
We have lacked organizational capacity since the day we had one staff person and we bought 300 units. So we're always talking about building the plane while we're flying. And 2 years ago, 1 employee, and now we're at 10. And we're looking at acquiring more units, but we rely heavily on our board. We rely heavily on overtime. And in this initiative, we're going to rely heavily on Tapestry for the back end support. That's what we really like. So we've got one of our board of directors in his life before he retired. He did millions and millions and millions of bond raises. So we've got the expertise. It's kind of rallying it around this issue.
And I will say too, there are sometimes granting and funding opportunities to bring somebody on your team to support you with the campaign. I know in Ontario, our Housing Transformation Centre, for example, has supported organizations for that. So.
Okay, well, Jennifer, thank you so much for coming and bringing all your expertise. And also Catherine and Angela for sharing sort of the real life journey that you're on with social funding. So big round of applause for everybody, please.
Thank you.
All right, so it is lunchtime. We're going to have folks from other sessions coming down to join us, but I'd invite you to proceed to the lunch table, grab lunch. Some people did request special meals. Please let them get them before you take them, as they look better than what everybody else's. Also, around 12:40, we'll start getting ready to kick ourselves back up for the afternoon session. But please grab some lunch, and away we go. So hopefully everybody got plenty of food to eat. So that you know, the food that's not eaten is taken over to be used at a shelter. That said, we do have some takeout containers. If somebody wants to grab some, you are welcome to do that over the next couple of minutes. We're going to start this session off. Again, you're in the right place if you are looking for experience and understanding the keys to effective housing supports. This session is based in lived experience and expertise perspectives provided by representatives of the John Howard Society and its housing support programs. I'm excited to welcome Shaylin Peters, Housing Support Supervisor with John Howard, to provide introductions and get us started. And we will follow this session with some time for Q&A, both for folks in the room and those online. So, Shaylin, welcome. Thanks for that.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shaylin Peters. I am the Senior Transition Support Worker with the John Howard Society. Thank you all for being here today. It is an honor to welcome you to this session. The John Howard Society is an organization that exists across Canada and works with people who have been in contact or are at risk of being in contact with the criminal justice system. We provide a range of support services, including restorative justice, life skills programs, transition support, community navigation, employment programs, and record suspension application services. We also have access to transitional housing and second stage housing, as well as assistance from housing support workers. I'm nervous, can you tell? Whether you are here as a professional or a community advocate or someone with lived experience of homelessness, incarceration, addiction, or mental health challenges, your presence speaks to the shared commitment we have toward addressing one of the most pressing issues of our time. Homelessness is not just a crisis of shelter, it is a crisis of humanity. The housing crisis does not discriminate. It affects single adults, families, children, veterans, minority groups, and individuals who are struggling with addiction, mental health challenges, as well as those involved in the criminal justice system. Despite these complexities, it is a challenge that can be solved through collaboration, understanding, and a collective effort. It is my privilege to introduce two individuals who have agreed to share their personal journeys. Their stories remind us that homelessness and the struggles in the criminal justice system are not just policy and systemic issues. These challenges are deeply human. First, we will hear from Dom. He has navigated the challenges of homelessness, addiction, and incarceration. Through all of it, he has found his way to stability. His perspective will shed light on the reality of getting help, as well as the continuous cycle of incarceration to homelessness and how he got to where he is today. Following Dom, we will hear from Renford, whose journey from incarceration to now working in the field is a testament to the power of second chances. The highlights and importance of community support, Renford will focus on the impacts of incarceration, trauma, and systemic racism. I encourage you all to share your insights, ask questions, and learn from each other at the end of the session. Renford and Dom, thank you both for being here today to share your experiences. Please join me in welcoming Dom and Renford.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dominic, and I have been an addict for 30 years. Out of these 30 years, I've spent 12 to 13 years incarcerated due to my addiction. Until I started thinking about my homelessness, I never realized I was homeless many times in my life. The biggest reason for my homelessness was going to jail and not caring or not being able to pay my rent while I was incarcerated. A lot of my time was served in provincial time, where it's anywhere from 1 day to 2 years. Most of my sentences were six to 15 months, and I never applied for parole or anything. I just did my time. When my time was ending in jail, no staff ever asked me if I had a place to go, if I needed help once I was released. There was just no resources. And I never knew of any places that would help people like me. So when I got out of jail, I was homeless. So what did I do? I stole and I used drugs, and I knew people would let me stay if I got them high. And that was my cycle for many years. In 2014, I finally come to a point in my life where I decided, I didn't want to die and I didn't want to be in jail forever. And if I kept doing what I was doing, that would be the result of my choices and actions. I had been arrested and remanded to Burnside, where I started to look up possible places to help me. I was accepted into the Anchorage program, which is an addiction recovery program. And I remember the staff from Anchorage program had come to my court date. I felt hopeful that the staff came to support me, and I asked the judge to please sentence me to 6-month program, and I needed the help instead of just going back and forth to jail. But the judge at that time said I should have gotten the help before I came to jail, and she sentenced me to 2 years plus a day for 5 thefts, which I did to support my habit. But finally, in 2022, I went into a recovery house, a Freedom Foundation, and after being 7 months there, it was time to move out. Rent prices were so high that I was scared I wouldn't be able to maintain my sobriety and stay on track. I remember along my journey that John Howard Society had housing. I applied to Howard's traditional housing, and I got in. In my eyes, I was very lucky to have a safe place to lay my head and focus on myself by being supported. I realized that if more people had the chance to have a safe place to live, they will have a chance to better themselves, a real chance. I'm thankful to John Howard Society for providing me with that opportunity and space. I believe that everyone deserves to have a safe place to live. Without this, how can they have success with their goals? How can someone get sober when they don't have a place to go? How does someone not steal when they have the money to eat? And how do they find a job when you have no clothing or a place to shower? We need more opportunities like the one I was given. Today, I am employed with the 7-Step Society, who has helped me change the narrative of my life. I'm a peer support worker, helping people the way I wish I could have been helped. And I am 2 years sober now, and I never been more proud. Thank you. And I've never been more proud than when I see someone have hope for themselves after incarceration, because it is possible. I think that having people like myself with living experience working in the field lets others in similar situations know that they're not alone and that it is possible. I want to thank the John Howard Society and the 7-Step Society for believing in me and continuing to believe in me now. Thank you for coming today and listening to my story. Bye.
Is the mic on? Is it on? Okay, yeah, we're good. It's on. Hi, everyone. What? Yeah, the mic's on. I think I'm good. I'm good. You can hear me, right? All right, we're good. Yeah, my name is Renford Ferrier. Thank you all for being here. This is an honor for me. Truly, it is. I've been occupying a few spaces like this, but this one is kind of different for me. My story, I've just been released from federal prison after 32 years of incarceration. Yeah, don't say wow, it's for real. I was sentenced to 10 years, and the federal government of Corrections Canada seen fit to keep me an extra 22 years for reasons we'll go into another time. For me personally, I don't know what it feels like to be homeless, but I know what it's like to have no hope. And I know what it's like to have support to give you that hope. And there's a few words here that were said that resonate with me tremendously. One of them was being grateful. And I think we all forget that every day we get up and we're not grateful for putting our pants on one foot at a time, because we don't think about the guy that has no legs to put on a pants. You know, and I also heard somebody say, ask somebody, how are you doing? And we asked that question without even really knowing the significance of it. Because the person was to stop and tell you, are you ready to listen? You know, we use the word, how are you doing? Yeah, hi. But sometimes that word really has some meaning that, think about it when you say it. We spoke about wraparound support. I'm, lack of a better word, a poster child of wraparound support. Because I had a number of individuals, people, organizations that came and helped and lift me out of my situation that I was in. And without that, it was only family, and you needed more than that. And that's why to see everybody here, I'm encouraged, because the place where I'm coming from, we don't know these things are happening. And for me to be in this space is to try to give a voice for those guys that don't know this is happening, and try to help you understand what is happening to those guys that don't know about this. And while we don't understand, let's say, homelessness, like I said, trauma, incarceration, being part of the criminal justice system, it's all one bunch, just with different labels. And not to take a whole lot of time, the best way to tackle all of this is together. Like, I was at an event a while ago and somebody was telling me about being territorial, and I couldn't understand, how are you territorial when it comes to service? Like, there is no territory. It's whoever needs help, you get it to them. You know, and when it comes to trauma, some of us are of the belief that you don't help someone more than they help themselves. Please, I ask you to get rid of that thought. Some individuals that are going through this, their trauma is such that they can't even fight for themselves because they've been turned down and abused in so many different ways that they don't know how to fight for themselves. So you have to do that fighting, and you might have to do it over and over until they get that strength to fight with you. So please think about that. And just in closing, like, this service is not a job. So if we're waking up and getting dressed and going to work thinking this is a job, have a moment and rethink it. This is a passion. This is a service. This is something that is a calling, not a job. Because the people who need you can't afford for you to look at like a job and think like, there are no sick days here. I'm sorry to say that, because for Dom, who is homeless, he doesn't want to hear that you can't take his call or you can't get him to this. So when we all go to bed at night and wrap up in our sheets and close our doors and all of that, have a moment to remember there's many, 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 many people, like my friend was saying, is in a tent, somewhere on the street corner, somewhere on a park bench, but they got no roof.
Thanks, guys. Hi, everybody. I'm going to just help facilitate the next bit of the conversation. I'm Kevin Hooper with United Way. It's almost like hard to know where to begin, just because I'm so far away from your experience, right? Like, which I think, you know, most of us probably are. And so it really just highlights the point for me that this investment in peer support and housing supports is so critical, right? Like, the two things just seem to me to be two essential parts of a whole. I mean, really, how do you do that without the perspective of somebody who understands where you're coming from? Before I go any further, I just want to say that we want to open this up to the room. We want to open this up to folks online. Really want to prioritize people who feel as though they're coming from something of a similar experience with respect to lived experience. People who maybe have struggled in finding and maintaining housing, maybe people who have kind of transitioned from institutional settings into the community. This is the session where we really want to bring forward those perspectives that a lot of the rest of us really need to understand better than we currently do. So just jump in anytime. We can bring the mic to you and ask some questions. But maybe I'll just start by kind of giving some perspective on why I thought you folks were just such a great addition to this event. So much of it comes down to what I see as something of a team effort, right? You know, where, I mean, it can't be one person trying to do this all on their own. It seems like you just need, you know, a group that can kind of, you know, take the agenda from point A all the way to the end. And so I just wonder if you guys can speak a little bit about how, you know, you're working together, you know, kind of from your perspective, Dom, on to Renford, who kind of understands where you're coming from, but is connected with Shaylin. How does the organization kind of meet people where they are? Again, like just how are you coordinating? How are you working as a team?
Oh, okay. Well, I'll start, I guess. I know for me, if you want to change your life, if you're an addict and you go to jail and you're like, okay, I had enough, I want to change. But if you're homeless and you have no support, you're just going to go back to the same way because honestly, you feel helpless. So if you have first of all, the support of housing when you get out, and you have the support of people like myself that have been there, know what you're going through, understand you, and people that know how to navigate the system, and people that you can trust and believe in, it makes a big difference because you have to change everything when you get out. You have to change your friends, you have to change where you lived, your lifestyle, and it's not always easy to do that. But if you have the support of people like me at Seven Step, at John Howard, people that understand and been there, and you can trust, it makes a big difference. Starting from the day you get out, we'd be there to support you. We can help you. Simple thing like a cell phone. You lose your cell phone when you go to jail, and they're expensive now, right? So not having a phone, you can't get a job. You can't call social services. You can't do anything like that. So just getting a phone from our organization is a big step. And then talking to people that will support you, not try and use you, not trying to take you for your money or anything like that. That's another big step. And then finding housing, a safe place, where you feel safe, where you don't have to feel like you have to have drugs to stay there. Or, you don't have to be a tough guy or whatever it may be. We're all connected. Addiction, jail, homeless, it's all connected. So we can all work together. Maybe we can help people. I think that would be a big thing. And with that, I'll pass it on.
For myself, from an organizational standpoint, it's all about collaborating. And Shay touched on it. It says I'm now in the field because I'm a transition support worker for John Howard. But for me, that's just the drop in the bucket because I try to collaborate and reach out to anyone and everybody who is in this fight. Because like Kevin said, I don't believe this is a one-person thing. And while I look in the room here, if we look beside each other, we are very underrepresented people of color and indigenous. And if we say we're coming together, they represent some of the most homeless and incarcerated. Okay? So as an organizational standpoint, what are we doing for everybody, not just for some of us? And let's say for myself here, John Howard, if I can't do something and it has to do with a female, I find an organization that can, E-Fry. If I find somebody of color and John Howard is not able to do that, I reach out, Nova Scotia Brotherhood. We must not think that because we can't answer the question, somebody else can't. Right? It's hard sometimes as just an individual to admit that, man, I can't do that. Right? And then to pass it on to somebody else and see them achieve it. As organizations, we have to get out of our own way.
I think in regards to collaboration, what Dom brings to the table as a peer support worker with lived experience, what Renford brings to the John Howard Society as a transition support worker with lived experience, it brings a kind of a blanket, like a safer place for individuals to be able to share their story and feel understood. So it comes back to the collaborative work. So if I am dealing with an individual and I'm not exactly sure how to run the conversation because of the time that they've done in incarceration, I can reach out to Renford and say, Renford, is there any way or any words that I should or shouldn't be using in order to help this individual, to help this person move forward? Or maybe it would be more beneficial for Renford to speak with them instead of myself, where I don't have the lived experience of being incarcerated. So again, I do think it is mainly collaboration.
that allows us to bring more individuals forward and to allow people to have more of a blanket to land on than just hitting the ground.
You know, there's been a few times as we've developed this session where I've kind of confronted these, I think, what almost become tropes or cliches in the industry, right? You kind of say these things without really thinking through how to really accomplish them in full. And, you know, we talk a lot about meeting people where they are. And it's like, how do you do that if you don't understand where somebody is? You know, like, I mean, it's almost an impossibility. So I just, you know, it's just, again, the reason to have all three of you here is just to kind of speak to that bit. One of the things I'll pick up on, which is kind of a theme that I was hoping to build into this conference, but it's something just so intangible that it's hard to kind of develop a full session around. But I think you're speaking to it, both Dom and Renford, you two, Shaylin, perhaps, which is this sense of place and purpose. We talk about infrastructure, we talk about supports, we talk about these programs that people are involved in. But to me, you know, the success really comes down to whether or not somebody feels whole in where they are, right? So I just wonder if any of you can kind of speak to that idea, like, you know, what does that do for you to feel as though you've got a real place and a perspective to share?
So I spoke about wraparound support, and that wraparound support first had to happen with trust. For somebody who is, I can speak to the incarceration part of it. Trust is not a word, it's a lifestyle. And you have to pretty much chop off your arm for me to believe you when we are coming from places that we are. And the gentleman spoke earlier about giving up. That is like the worst thing you could do for an individual seeking help, giving up. Right? So when you know you can count on the people that are working for you, you're more likely to be open to that support. But it's a really rocky boat, because you can say one thing or do one thing and that trust that you thought you had is over. So you must be very, very careful in your communication, in your words, and even your space, because that too can cause issues of trust, right? Just because of trauma. So the main thing in this is, are you able to give of self 100%? Because giving of self, then that's how people in this elk will trust. Because mistrust is our clothes and trust is our nudity, if that makes sense to you.
I guess for me, it's one of the most amazing things I think is that I'm able to talk to people that are incarcerated. You know, they will call me and ask, well, how did you do this? What can I do when I get out? How can I get the help I need? Because I don't want to go back to using, I don't want to go back to a life of crime. So for someone to call me with jail and I'm talking and I have a conversation with them and I can hear the hope in their voice because they believe me. They understand I've been there and I did it and they can do it. But just hearing that hope in their voice and you know, the desire of them wanting to change and me able to help them in the simplest way by giving them a place to meet once a week to talk about things. You know, that's what we do at 7-Step. We have a weekly peer support meeting. That's not a 12-step meeting. You know, that people feel safe there. You know, I go to court for people. Showing up in court is an amazing thing for people, because when you come up before the judge and there's nobody there, it hurts your heart. It really does. And the judge sees that too, and they're like, you know, this guy, he screwed up everything. No one's here for him. Why should I help him? No one's here for him himself. You know, just be able to give people the support and the belief in themselves. I think that means a lot. That's it.
I guess I just wonder, what does it do for you though? You know, it's like one thing to kind of give to those individuals what they need, but what do you must be getting something out of it personally.
I can't even describe the feeling when I can hear a hope in someone's voice. That me coming from my background, that I give someone hope to have a life that they maybe never had or they lost. That's an unbelievable feeling just to hear hope in someone's voice and to see it in their eyes. Like that's the most important thing I get. It makes me feel unbelievable. It makes me feel proud. It makes me feel like I'm, in my addiction, I always said if I do one good thing, I would die happy. But now I'm doing many good things, and it makes me feel so good. That's what I was saying.
Shaylin?
Back to the like place and purpose. Sorry, Renford, I'm going to call you out. If you know Renford, computers, not a thing.
Feel your pain.
So offering individuals a place and a purpose and an opportunity to grow and find the tools that they are confident in, that they strive in. For Renford, it's not computers, but it's his voice. And he can use his voice to influence a change. He can use his voice to bring the dirty realities of incarceration, systemic racism, all of those things to light. So offering him a place and a purpose to bring all of that together, he can create a passion for himself and he can move forward. Sorry, I'm speaking for you. But allowing those emotions, those incidents that had happened in the past, to fuel a fire to go forward and to be part of the community, to help other individuals in a similar situation, I think is super powerful.
It's almost like you get to be who you are and be productive in that skin, right? Like, I mean, it's just, I think, what a good life is all about. Yeah. Hold on, I'll bring the mic.
No, I just wanted to share about that I actually almost half of my life was an addict as well. I'm going on 12 years in December, but now I thank you. But now, yes, I was lucky enough to get with at the time Hub House and now Haven House, and just climbed up, and now I'm actually a supervisor. So I get how it feels to be able to give that back and to just be there to listen, to say that you can relate and understand when they're talking about like examples of things or details, and they think like, am I just like not like no one else understands? But yeah, so
For sure.
just wanted to add that. You wanted.
I don't really remember what my question was, but I think I have a little bit of it. So Dom, you were talking about how you've kind of gone through your experience and now you're doing peer support. And I can really relate to when you're saying like seeing that hope in somebody's eyes is kind of just fuels you to keep going.
Yeah.
I guess my question for you is, how do you handle when you don't see that? When you feel like you can see this person in front of you giving up and you just want to keep reaching out, but it just seems like you're losing them.
Yeah, and it has happened a few times. People went back to jail, went back. Oh, and I even had someone pass away. But you know what? No matter what that person does, I do not give up hope on them. They want to call me anytime. I will accept their phone calls. And I would keep trying my best to help them. But they have to, reach out and help themselves. I can only support them and guide them. But I'll always be there, even if they take a wrong turn. And I think that's very important to not just be there for the good times, but you have to kind of help them through the bad times too. And I think that's a lot of times where they get slipped through the cracks. They really need the help when they're in the worst place of their life. Yeah.
So those last 2 points, I guess, just prove another aspect of lived experience. It results in better questions than questions from somebody who doesn't know where they're really coming from. Anybody else with a perspective to share? I guess another thing I wanted to know from you guys is, what are you learning from each other, right? I mean, you're all coming from different perspectives. You must take lessons from each other and apply it in your work.
Like Shayla says, I'm horrible. Not even horrible. I'm awful. I'm horrible and awful together when it comes to technology. Right? But for her part, she's been very, very like patient. I have another colleague that kills me for not reading emails. Right? I'm somebody that has hundreds of emails that like, yeah, but like I'm learning from her not to be intimidated by the computer, right? From Dom, because I attend the 7-step program, and I just see a guy who's living up. You know what I mean? He's picked himself up, and there was every opportunity not to, and I gravitate to resilience because I get that. And when I'm in his presence, it's a joy because he's enjoying life as I am. So those are the things that I take from these two. I don't like Shaylin's part of it, but we're still gonna work around that. And like Dom's is good. And just another thing, don't be shy. Why Kevin asks for questions and everybody's like, don't be shy. We're here to communicate with each other and figure some stuff out. So please, man, don't be shy. There's no stupid or dumb questions. So ask them. Yeah. Oh, we had to say something for everybody to get active?
Yes, nicer than me, I guess.
Hi, I just first of all want to thank you so much for sharing your stories with us. That was really inspiring to hear. I'm wondering, I'm a social worker and I don't have a lot of lived experience in the areas that we've been talking about today. So oftentimes I wonder, like, are we doing the right thing? Are we doing the wrong thing? Is my approach helpful? Is it not helpful? And certainly listening to you folks speak has already helped me in that regard. But I'm wondering if there's anything that you guys would share with us to say that was like a not helpful experience, or that maybe somebody thought they were being helpful in their approach, but it ended up doing the opposite. So I'd just be really curious to hear your guys' thoughts on that.
I think for me, the most important thing is to be honest. Don't say you're going to do something and then not do it. That's big for me, and don't, like Redford said, answer your phone when we call us back. Don't make us feel like we're not important, and like I said, be honest. If you can't do something, you can't do something, but don't tell us you get back to us or something like that, because it just makes us feel like we're not wanted. Okay.
Can you ask that question again?
What are the mistakes some people make in this line of work? When they're, doing their best to try and help out, but really don't have the perspective necessarily that, they can put themselves in your shoes and know where you're coming from. What are the kind of missteps that, social workers, support workers might make along the way?
Everybody fits in the same box. We individuals, everybody help is different. Everybody need is different. Even though it may seem like it is, it ain't. Right? And I think that's one of the major things and it's not intentional. I don't believe it is. It's just that sometimes you're doing the work and you've seen this before. So you think, yeah, this is how it's, No, everyone is an individual and take it as that. And the greatest way to figure that part out is what we do the least of. Listen.
There's another question here. Yeah.
Hi, folks. Thank you for sharing. I think that lived experience is so important in the work that all of us do. And I love that you folks are on the front lines and working with people directly. Do you feel that your respective organizations, that your voice is heard when we're talking about decision making or policies or things of that nature?
I know for me that everybody in my organization has lived experience, and we're like a family. We support each other. We know, we do things together. I mean, there's executive decisions are executive decisions, but we're more like a family than a business. It's more like a friendship than a business. So that part for me is great. Like we could talk to each other, no matter if he's the executive director, I'm the low man in the pole. We still talk to each other, carry on, tell jokes, and I think that's very important too.
For myself, a couple of weeks ago, I was part of a trip for John Howard. And I was blown away because I was occupying a space with executive directors, board members, presidents. And I was asked to come and collaborate in policy and stuff. And the craziest part about it, I felt welcome. It was weird because I was surrounded by a bunch of old white dudes. Sorry, old white guys. Right? But like, surprisingly enough, they welcomed me in, my input mattered, and they actually grilled me for it. And I was like, wow. In this moment here, I didn't even feel like I was here about my lived experience. I was just here as one of the members of John Howard Society trying to come up with solutions. So yeah, my organization is like, apart from Shaylin, I'm good.
That's awesome. Thank you both.
Hello, I was sitting here. I've thought of multiple questions already, but thank you for speaking. I also have not lived experience directly with incarceration, but my father was incarcerated, and that family cycle is kind of, I think, what pushed me into this work. Initially, when you were fishing for questions, my mind just thought about being incarcerated for such a long period of time, Renford. What were the most astounding realizations integrating yourself back into society, in terms of societal changes and just the different kind of territory, I guess, so to speak, than what you would have experienced prior to being incarcerated? And then I guess as a second part of that, while we talked about what isn't helpful as supports, and I know you've touched on some of the things, but what did both of you find to be the most impactful kind of parts of the support that you received after coming out of being institutionalized?
It's like a long, long question.
I'm sorry.
Those 32 years must have been like, I mean, that's a radically, fast evolution in our society, right? Like a lot of change in 30 years.
So the only thing that really changed in 32 years is technology. Because the last time I checked, we still have 2 hands, 2 feet, 2 eyes. We still human beings. But the way I communicate and speak to people is different. I'm coming from a place where all conversation is aggressive. And all conversation is about who has the more machismo and whose ego is bigger. And so I had to retrain myself to understand that social norms are not prison norms. Right? And it's not an easy transition, but I was doing it before I got here. And that was part of the wraparound support. That they would help me to ready myself for this. Right? So the biggest challenge I would say since coming here, apart from technology, is learning the language. If that makes any sense, because prison language is not the language we speak here. And just to touch on that, her family, like your father, I'm not sure everybody's aware what happens to families when people go away. You know, sometimes we think that a person goes to prison and that's all that happens. Whew, that's the least of it. Believe me. If it was just the freedom aspect of it, most people would be okay when they come back. You frowned to your face like you would come back. No, Kevin did. He's like, come back.
No, I mean, I just was hoping you'd elaborate on that a little bit. Like, I'm intrigued, but I'm not quite sure I understand just yet.
So when you go away, you lose your freedom, like to socialize, to things of that nature. You lose your humanity. Imagine every day you got up out of your house, and before you left your house, you had to be strip searched. There's humanity gone. Okay? Imagine going to use your bathroom only to find out the toilet doesn't flush because it's been turned off. You have to live in that. So that's your humanity gone. Right? So if it's just my freedom, I'm sure most of us can probably handle that until it comes down to the main part of things and you realize, wow, my humanity's gone. The freedom is the least of it. If that kind of helps you, and
that helps.
Yeah. And I just want to say, when you come out of prison and you have a criminal record, it's so hard to find a job. It's so hard to even sometimes apply for housing. and you're stigmatized. But now I'm working with Seven Step and John Howard. My negative has turned into positive. My criminal record is now a good thing. I've lived an experience. And that is amazing to me that all my negative experiences turned into something positive that I can dwell on. So that was a big thing for me.
And I think the second part of that really was the supports that worked for you, just like one or two things that really made the difference.
Well, honest, I found like the Seven Step Society, having people like me that've been there that actually take the time to talk to you. I know I had one member of Seven Society, he would pick me up for meetings all the time. And usually I'm used to people saying, yeah, I'll be there, but they never show up. But this person kept picking me up. He did what he said he would do. And that led me to believe in him. And, just as support of having other people around you that truly believe in you. I know for some people in my family, they're like, oh, yeah, you said you're going to be sober 100 times. And they're waiting for the shoe to fall off, type of thing. They're waiting for me to fail. And that's just how it was, because that's how I was. But people that in the Seven Step Society and John Howard, they believe me. They weren't waiting for me to fail. They were waiting for me to succeed. So that was amazing support. So that's it.
For myself, support came from family because there is no support in prison. And if anybody believes that, don't be diluted. I'll explain it to someone today. Prison doesn't rehabilitate you, it breaks you. That's the purpose of the rehabilitation, to break you. My support came in the form of family. But what if I was to tell you there was even a time my family doubted me because corrections was so good at their creative writing? So you have to understand, when you're sentenced to 10 years and 20 years has passed, your family's starting to question, are you being truthful to us about what's happening? So imagine dealing with that while you're in prison. Your family now is questioning your honesty to them. But they never wavered in their support. For those who have great family supports and stuff, I have a person I call the general. That's my mother. I don't even, in my phone, she's not labeled as mom. She's called a general. Okay. And she would make me aware, you are my son, so you will survive. Right. And then I've had countless attorneys, outside organizations give up on me. That's why when I spoke today about not giving up, that's the importance of it, because the individual that needs you, that's a lifeline. I'm going to name drop. And then I came across an individual called Emma Halpern. For those who don't know Emma Halpern, she's the executive director for Ephraim Path Legal. So when she came in contact with me, the first thing she let me know was, I will not give up or leave. And I was like, yeah, I heard this before.
Right.
And she was adamant about that to the point where she was annoying. But I needed that, right? And I tested her, because that's what we do. We test you to see if you're being honest and if you're truthful and if I can trust you. And I will test you 100 times, right? Because it's embedded, And when she came, I had the support of that whole organization. And then that support just landed down to John Howard and the United Way. And Dom said, I'm a person convicted of second-degree murder who served 32 years in prison, who is deemed a bad person and everything else. And look where I sit right now here today.
I'd love listening to your stories. I'm coming from the avenue of lived experience as well, first voice. And currently I am a single mom with 2 older kids with mental health issues. And I'm severely underhoused with public housing. Now, I tried to go to different places to get information, but I'm getting all kinds of misinformation, which is really frustrating. And I'm not sure if you guys found it frustrating trying to get information to help you guys as well. But it's funny how, like, you go to one place and they tell, like, for example, the grandfathered in-law. Some say that's still going, housing's telling me it's not. Like, so it's like, how would someone go to get the proper information? Because I love peer support myself, and
Yeah. Well,
my tenants, my neighbors that, are going through the same thing, we talk about it all the time, but I want to find the right information,
yeah,
not get frustrated. You know what I mean?
yeah. And for me, I could just say that I went through the same thing you did, but with different issues. So it took me a while to navigate. Okay, this person said that, but that's not true. But this person said that. That's true. Okay, I got to go to see this person. I had done all that. When you, let's say you, and that's what being a peer support worker, I can tell you, okay, don't call that person, call this person, do this, without you having to have the headache and not trusting someone that you're calling. So because I already went through it, I know the shortcuts. I know where to find what you need, in my particular field, because I done it. I was frustrated myself, but I weaned out the ones that you didn't need. Ones that lied to you or didn't help you or wasn't what you needed. So you asked me as a peer support worker, I can tell you, okay, let's do this, and this. Don't worry about them other ones; they're not going to help you. And that's what. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's a hard system to navigate if you don't know anything about it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and the people you talk to don't have the answers either because they don't know. So that's where I think peer support is so important because we've been there, we know the system, and we know how to navigate it to your needs.
I just want to commend you guys and the young lady up there as well for working in the field. My background is working with high-risk young offenders, so I want to commend you guys for being there, making it through, and you for doing the work and supporting them. My question, though, is it's three parts. For the young lady, I'm not good with names, sorry, but we're in the middle of a provincial election, right? So as an organization, I want you to say what you think government needs to do to support you. And then for Renford, you said to be bold, so I'm taking your advice. And I want you to say from an incarcerated, I would say, Black Canadian, that experience you had there, how can government better help you? And for the other gentleman, Dom, from a homeless perspective, because we're dealing with the housing crisis right now, and this is why we're here. And I'm saying this boldly because um, you said be bold. I'm also a candidate right now running in the provincial election, and I'm going in here trying to get an opportunity to do the work. So I want to hear, that's why I'm here, so that I can hear what's going on so I can help if I'm elected. So it's not playing politics, it's being real. So I want to hear from you so that even if I'm not elected, those who are watching that are involved with politics can help.
I can't speak for the John Howard Society specifically, but I will speak from my personal experience. I've worked in the field for about 7 years. I was a frontline staff at a homeless shelter in downtown Halifax. I did all the dirty work, if you will. I do believe that this housing crisis needs to be made more of a reality to the higher up government, that these are human beings that are lacking housing. These are individuals who are lacking support. These are individuals who don't know where to go and don't know how to access some help and are asking for answers and not receiving them, like this lady's prior question. So how do you address individuals that don't know the answers to the question that you're asking? So maybe better communication in regards to what is funneling down the line, or sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Communication, so that can be communicated to individuals who are asking those questions, as well as being a bigger voice in this crisis. Bring it louder, make it known, make it heard. Yes, homelessness is visible. There are there's encampments, the tents, but be the voice to make it heard that there should be a change and that there will be a change coming. Does that help?
Before I ask you to repeat your question to me, I have a question of my own because I'm glad you're here. But I have a question. Are there any other politicians or people running for office up in here? Show of hands. You guys got to vote for this guy.
Good.
Okay? Because check it. We here on a form of homelessness, and there's only one person here who's running for political office. Who's the second? Okay, all right. So these two got to get together. All right? Because like we said, it's a collaboration, right? And it's a whole. Your question was again?
As a Black incarcerated person,
Former incarcerated.
formerly, sorry, what services do you think are needed to be put in place to support while you're inside and then when you're coming out?
While you're inside, I don't even know if we have enough time left in a month to answer that for you. But quick, fast, inside, from the Black's perspective of things, there are nobody that look like me in there in a position of power. Everyone in the position of power in corrections is Caucasian. And individuals go to corrections Canada with great ideas and great beliefs as making it better. And they get there and realize they get kicked in the head a few times and they just lay down. In running for office, one of the things our politicians do, you lie. Don't lie. It's amazing how far the truth can get you. You might not like it, but if you are honest, you will be surprised of the traction you will gain because people at least know he's telling the truth. You know that old thing in politics is better to answer the devil you know than the one you don't know? Well, they know the liar. So if you're able to keep it 100%, like you just said, honest, that's your best bet. Changing corrections is Kilimanjaro. Lot of work. But we here if you need anything, for sure.
Thanks, Fred. I think for me, understanding that people who might only go to jail for a month or two, or because of addiction issues or whatever, they lose their home. And there's a vast number of people that are getting other institutions that have no place to go, you know? So maybe something along those lines to help them that lose everything once they get incarcerated or lose everything because of addiction. I think that would be a great help.
Don't be shy. Ask your question.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Um, Thanks, guys. I've been thinking a lot in the course of my career, and I came to this work from being educated in the field. When I would have started this work, I would have been really mindful of sort of dual relationships or complex relationships and the ways that you need to have boundaries between, yourself perhaps and the people that you work with. And in doing this work, those boundaries and those ideas have gotten challenged a lot in terms of what's actually the best way to support someone, right? Or to walk with someone or to be there with someone. And I find those notions of sort of boundaries and dual relationships to be becoming increasingly problematic in my own work. And I just wonder if, from where you're sitting, if you have anything to comment on that. I think this is probably for Ren and for Dom, in terms of that relationship between sort of professionalism, but here we are working outside those boundaries in a lot of ways, right? And so how do we do that in a way that feels right and fair and good?
Okay. Well, for the first thing is a peer support worker. I peer support only males, so that eases some of the problem. But also, you're right, we do become friends. But one of the things I learned is if I have to take care of myself first, because if I'm sick, I cannot help no one. So if a person ends up using or doing something, I have to let them be. till they're ready to come back, maybe talk to me or whatever it is. Because, like I said, if I'm sick, I cannot help anyone. So the first thing is take care of yourself. Make sure you know your own boundaries, and just do the best you can to help that person without hurting yourself. That's the best I could say.
Um, the business that we're in, you have to have dual relationships. We're not robots. And this is not 1930. Both men, women, he, she, I'm not up on the terminology, they, just please bear with me. Why can't we collaborate, work together, be friends together, come together? If you all work in an office as for the social worker, your clients become an extension of your friends, your peers, but you have to have the mindset to know the boundary that it is still your job, but you welcome them as your friend, right? For those who work together with other individuals in an office, if you're bickering with each other or you have little isms about you, first I'd like to say you're in the wrong business. You can't have isms in this because there are too many people with too many isms for you to have any isms. Sorry. Right? And an office that eats together, plays together, laughs together, cry together, and everything together serve their people better. So you must have dual relationships with the people you serve and the people you work with.
I think we could keep talking for a long time to come, but time is up. So yeah, I can't thank you guys enough. We got lots of great presentations today, but this is special. So thank you very much.
Great. So, folks, we have I think it's about a 15-minute break until people have to begin transition to the last set of sessions. So there are some sweets and stuff that have been brought in by our catering folks, encouraging you to use that. And let's take that opportunity to grab a final snack before we go into the last sessions of the day. communities and the unique qualities that make investments in rural housing solutions a vital consideration for achieving improved long-term outcomes across the province. We're lucky to have three speakers with us, Amanda Mumberket, Nancy Green, and Karen Bradley, and Braden Roop McCraig, who is the Director of Impact and Partnerships with David Spear Consulting, is going to be the moderator. So welcome to everybody. Braden, thank you for volunteering to moderate and lead this session, and we will turn it over to you.
Test, test. Great. Well, welcome everyone. Thank you for being here. And we have quite a special panel. I'm a bit biased. We can't choose favorites, but I think we're going to have fun today with this panel. The title is Tapping into Hidden Capacities, Rural Communities and the Housing Crisis. And as this is one of the last panels of the day before we come back together, could I get a show of hands for how many of you feel more optimistic about our response to the housing crisis after hearing from today's speakers? Very good. And be honest, who feels slightly less optimistic? A few of you? Good, good. Well, yeah, appreciate the honesty. And the idea of today's panel is really to move some of those who need some more inspiration and creative solutions based on what is happening in community. So it is my privilege to be able to welcome some of the speakers today. Each of them is going to provide a short presentation, share some of the work that they're doing, and then we'll open it up to some panel questions. Be sure to save your questions because we'll get to those as well. All right, just to set the table for today's session, we live in a moment where no politician anywhere in the country at any level of government can't say that we're in a housing crisis. Likewise, the housing crisis is looking very different than it did 10 and 20 years ago because it has bled into all sorts of new areas that you can't be working in policy around employment or health or social services and not be reconciling the challenges in housing. And it's also changed demographically and geographically. There's been a huge focus on urban centers, and we're going to turn the focus away from the urban centers and focus on rural innovation. This is where a panel comes in. So I will introduce each of the panelists. Again, we'll have a short presentation, questions, each of us that we'll be able to answer, and then we'll turn it over to you. Our first speaker, Karen Bradley, who joins us from Musquodoboit Harbor, will provide a community perspective focusing on how we can activate rural communities to respond effectively to housing needs. Karen has extensive experience with community-driven initiatives and is the former board chair of the Old School Community Gathering Place. Please join me in welcoming Karen.
Thank you, Braden. So let's see. Yes, we're ready to start. We're going to start with some challenges. So that's where we're going to begin. But before we even do that, I want to introduce you to Musquodoboit Harbor. So next slide. Thanks. So Musquodoboit Harbor is part of a diverse set of villages all along the Eastern Shore. Some of the villages are suburbs, some are tourist destinations, some are surf centers. Musquodoboit Harbor is a fishing village. It has a railway museum. You can see the picture there. It has several museums. It has a lot of heritage properties. And it has a core that has a bank, et cetera, et cetera. We're going to go on to the next slide and you'll see what I'm talking about. So here is some of the things that are in the village core. I'm not going to go through every one of them, but you can see there's a lot going on in Musquodoboit Harbor. And the next slide is in the area around Musquodoboit Harbor. So you can see there's small businesses, churches, schools, all kinds of other kinds of support organizations and things like that. So it's a vibrant place. Moving on to the next slide, I want to introduce you to some of the clients of the Old School Community Gathering Place. I want to give you a little bit of background. I also want to do a shout out to Nick Bishop right here in the front, who's our housing support worker. Right now, he's it. He's it. So we became aware of the housing needs in the community probably about 3 or 4 years ago during COVID. We had a food pantry. We still have the food pantry, and people would come in and they would let us know about their stories. We'd hear their stories. So we started to hear about rent evictions. We started to hear about people who were homeless. We started to hear about rumors about people living in the woods on their own with their dogs, etc. So these are some of the people who became our housing clients in the old school. So we've got people who've been living in the woods, people who've been living in their cars, people who are couch surfing, young people, many of them who can't afford to have a place of their own, single moms, lots of single moms with kids, people whose mental health depends on their dogs or their cats, and so they can't get rent
Is it poster that hung on a basement wall in my house growing up. When I was a kid, I just thought it was a silly story, but I've been reflecting on it a lot, and how it can easily be retold from the perspective of action rather than inaction. So the diversity and complexity of the housing and homelessness needs of our communities will not be solved by any one policy, program, organization, business, level of government, or individual. We need everyone to act. And there are examples of people, community groups, service providers, and governments stepping up to do what they can. And I want to talk about a few of those from our region. So there are examples of individuals in our communities coming together to create nonprofit housing options. I've highlighted a few here. There's the Mahone Bay Community Land Cooperative, the Queens Neighborhood Cooperative Housing Group, and New Ross Community Care. These have come about as a result of people, just ordinary folks from our communities, asking what they can do to help out. And this has been something that's grown just in the past few years. And there are others. These are just few to highlight. That's just some people coming together to say, what can we do? And doing it, or trying to do it. Similarly, a conversation about among community partners in Lunenburg County in December of last year resulted in more than 100 community members attending an event in March of 2024 to learn about the various programs that are available for homeowners to support the development of housing options in our communities. So we had a number of representatives from organizations come and share what was available. So we had Housing Nova Scotia, Happy Pad, municipalities. We had some folks who actually home share in our community come and share their experience. And there is a plan to host another event next year as well, just to highlight the point that homeowners can also take action if they want to in addressing the need in their community. Finally, I want to just speak about how, as the need has grown in the community, more and more people are asking what they can do to help. Our communities are changing, and that can be difficult, but there remains a sincere desire among community members to help their neighbors who are experiencing housing insecurity and homelessness. SODA and Roof 25 are engaging community members, inviting them to support their neighbors. I've heard from the staff at SODA that they have had tremendous community support whenever they have put out a call for donations, whether it's for items folks require or providing meals for the shelter. These are the types of things anyone can do that have an impact and are part of supporting those who are struggling with housing insecurity and homelessness. It doesn't always need to be doing something big. A home-cooked meal and a new pair of socks are comforts that can mean so much. And I'm really inspired by what has been happening when the call goes out to the community and the community answers, and providing that opportunity through the organization. You know, SODA is reaching out or Roof 25 is reaching out, but telling people in the community what they can do or showing them an opportunity to contribute to addressing the needs of the community, really inviting community to be a part of the solution, I think is really important. So I'll stop talking soon, but before I end, I'm sharing an excerpt from the Responsibility poem by Charles Osgood, which The Whose Job Is Its story originated from. I think it speaks to the need of everyone asking what job they have in addressing the needs of our communities. Everybody, somebody, and anybody can do it. So the first stanza of the poem says, "There was a most important job that needed to be done, and no reason not to do it, there was absolutely none. But in vital matters such as this, the thing you have to ask is who exactly will it be who will carry out the task?" And there's some links there if you want to learn more about any of the things that are happening on the South Shore, you can find out there.
Thank you, Nancy. So we've heard from Karen, and there was a clear message about how community knows its needs best if only we can get out of the way. We've heard from Nancy, which is to give some very clear pathways for how this is not a nonprofit problem. This is not a government problem. This is something where each of us has a role. And finally, we're going to hear from Councillor Amanda Momburkett, recently re-elected, congratulations, District 4 Councillor for Richmond County and co-chair of the Straight Richmond Housing Matters Coalition. Amanda will provide a political lens, speaking to the value of coalitions, public policy, and tangible outputs. Welcome, Councillor.
Thank you, Brayden. Public policy is the last session of the day. Is that what's happening right now? Everybody better stay awake for this. I guess I began in 2018 after a concerned group of citizens in the Strait area, which is sort of the area, sort of like that northeastern Nova Scotia. We consider it the quad counties that surround the Strait of Canso. So it'd be kind of like northern Guysborough and Antigonish counties, and then Richmond County and southern Inverness County, including the town of Port Hawkesbury. So some interested parties came together in 2018 and formed a coalition after a session that had been pulled together primarily by Nova Scotia health promoters called, it was a think tank focused on housing matters. It's co-chaired, generally, the coalition, by a representative from Richmond County and one from the town of Port Hawkesbury, being the sort of key geographic area that it attempts to serve. It was established in 2018, which is well before housing became a hot topic in rural Nova Scotia the way that it is today. And I have to say, when I say hot topic, it is the issue that I get the most calls about, except for roads, which are all provincial in my area, so I can't help anybody with. But, you know, at the end of the day, there was some foresight happening with stakeholders in our community who who could see that this was going to become an increasingly pressing issue down the road, even in our tiny little rural municipality of Richmond County and its neighboring town of Port Hawkesbury. So it's very much an informal network that was founded with a very lofty vision that inclusive, healthy, affordable, sustainable, and accessible housing is available in straight Richmond communities. So essentially, to sum it up, housing is a human right. And our coalition has made that very clear since day one. I'd like to say I was on the ground floor of its formation. The reality is that I wasn't. At the time that the coalition was formed, it was prior to my being elected. Not that that's an excuse. It's absolutely not, and shameful, in fact, because I was at the time the executive director of the Strait Area Chamber of Commerce. And at that time, I mean, we had maybe 400 businesses in our chamber scattered all around kind of northeastern Nova Scotia. At that time, frankly, I did not see the connection between growing our business community and housing. It just was not computing for me whatsoever. So I had some things that I needed to learn in a quick hurry. Our current members are municipalities, housing Nova Scotia staff. We've got some Nova Scotia mental health and addictions folks there. We include landlords, community organizations, the St. FX Extension Department. So it really is a collaborative network, but again, very much an informal network. And the difference between when it started in 2018, where it wasn't even on the mind for the chamber at the time, partly my fault. And now is that now our chamber is starting to take a lead role because our businesses are having to build or renovate buildings to house workers so that they can continue to offer their products and services. So I do want to do a quick little shout out to my co-chair, Cheryl McDaniel is here from the Strait area and has been taking part in the sessions throughout the day. A couple of key things to know about the coalition. Again, that informal nature. We can't apply for funding. So the rapid housing initiatives and different programs like that, we're not in a position to be able to apply for any of those funds. Our group, however, is very much consensus-based and has been very acutely focused on advocacy, information sharing, research, and inclusivity. And I will tell you on the advocacy front that, like I said, the baptism by fire for me was running in that election in 2020, and the coalition taught me more in the 2 months that I was campaigning about housing and its impact on the economy and on the social fabric of our community than I had known in my entire life up to then. So there's real value in making sure that these types of coalitions exist in your community. So a little bit on the value of the coalition. I'm popping up a bunch of words on this slide. This is designed to put you right to sleep. Essentially, the coalition is like any organization. It is made up of stakeholders, some of whom are employed to be working in this field, service providers. A lot of others are volunteers. And like any volunteer organization, the burnout struggle is real. We all know it. So in May 2023, we got together. We looked at our accomplishments over the last 5 years, kind of taking stock, and looked at where we wanted to go. And when we kind of synthesized all the information, and we called this reigniting the spark, right? When we tried to reignite, we needed to kind of take stock of what we had achieved. And these are some of the things that we felt the coalition had been very successful in accomplishing. So you'll see networking, you'll see partnerships, the education and knowledge exchange, the advocacy and influence, the way that the coalition was able to influence, decision-making and local government public policy over time was really starting to become very, very noticeable. So that session we had in May it was heavily influenced by our coalition's submission to the Affordable Housing Commission at the time, which I think the deadline for that had been April of that year. And we had this session about a month later. And what we had developed was a solutions matrix. And I think, Nancy, maybe you said it, that this is everyone's responsibility. There's a role for homeowners, there's a role for community, there's a role for the nonprofit sector, private sector, municipalities, federal, provincial governments, all of them. This cannot fall in any one person's lap because the urgency of the crisis has reached even the remotest locations of our province. And Cape Breton Island, I don't know if anybody follows tourism-based news. Nancy, you would not know about this, but and Karen, of course, Musquodoboit being such a great tourism location in our community. Cape Breton Island was just named #1 island in the world to visit again by Travel and Leisure magazine. Woohoo! Yay, Cape Breton Island! Well, it's not so pleasurable when you're living in the woods, rough. It doesn't feel like the #1 island in the world. It feels like you're like you're trapped there, right? And there are no supports in place to help you get out of it. So as much as we're proud of that, sometimes we need to reflect on those kinds of achievements and think about how we can do better at a local level. All right, so just want to pop over to getting to the tangibles, and I'm keeping an eye on my time because I could literally talk here all day about housing. Like I said, gone from 2018, scratching my head thinking, why is this an issue that I have anything to do with, to now it's the thing I'm talking to people about and trying to find solutions to deal with it. So regarding the tangibles, one of the things that I think frustrated members of the coalition, which led to some of the burnout we were experiencing, was that we weren't feeling the tangibles. So I think, Cher, that's fair to say, right? We were doing the work of advocacy. We weren't putting roofs over anybody's heads. And that was so frustrating to us. So part of that really, it really came to light when we looked at what the gaps were and what we needed to do going forward. And from, like I said, 2018 to now, the urgency is deafening. It's embedded in almost every conversation we have, from municipal infrastructure planning to business growth to planning for food security to, and now involving not just, one certain age of the population. It's everyone from young people to older adults. And like I said, how many people 10 years ago knew an employer building a, 14-bedroom complex to house their employees? And now we know that there are entire floors of hotels, even here in Halifax, being dedicated to the workers who are needed to fill those positions. So, the key really is to get to the tangibles. But the challenge is you've got the constraints of rural municipal budgets. Municipal budgets everywhere are constrained. But to put it in perspective, Richmond County's annual budget this year for 24-25 was $17 million. compared to the $1 billion HRM municipal budget. That's like 1.7%, something like that. Interestingly enough, we have about the same percentage of population compared to HRM. The problem is that we're spread over a large geography, which of course presents its own challenges, and we are far from the capital center where public policy is devised at a provincial level. And that has its challenges as well. So just referring to this slide, what the coalition really had looked at and what, you know, when the county, after I was elected in 2020 and immediately became the chair of the coalition, what we started to look at were what are those gaps. There's this clear lack of a regional nonprofit association, a formalized group who can apply for the funding, who can get the roofs over people's heads, who can put housing support workers in place. We were very lucky that although at the time that we had a lack of navigational resources, the YNCA locally stepped up. At first it was the Cape Breton, it was an organization based out of Sydney who applied for funding to have housing support workers in the region. One housing support worker for the whole, I think, southern end of Cape Breton Island, right? So, and God love her, she did her best and she did great work. But at the end of the day, we found that the program was being run from, again, an urban center, the Sydney area, to provide housing solutions in a very rural location. And what ended up happening was the YMCA locally took over that contract, and now we have 2 housing support workers. So really excited to see that what the coalition identified as a lack of a regional nonprofit and the lack of navigational resources, that has turned into some really tangible results. That includes 2 housing support workers. We currently have a fund application in front of the Housing Growth Fund to to establish that regional nonprofit, establish its governance, get its board of directors in place, all of the good things. So that work, we're hopeful, is going to get started soon. We identified a lack of resources for newly placed renters, and this was coming up, of course, as the work of the housing support workers continued to go on. We would have folks leaving our transition housing, which, by the way, we have one of, I think, for the entire Quad Counties. They would be successful in getting a house placement and didn't have any furniture, no beds for their kids to sleep in, and that kind of thing, right? So this organization popped up, Renest Furniture Society, which is a separate organization, and that is specifically what they do. They gather furniture from all throughout the community. They have a storage unit that was provided to them by a local company free of charge. And the idea is now they collect things from all over the region, and they'll have that there for when families are in need. We had a serious lack of data in rural that rural area of Eastern Nova Scotia. And that data is so needed. We know anecdotally from working in the community and receiving phone calls, we know anecdotally this is not just an issue. This has become a crisis. But we had no statistics to back it up, which meant our advocacy work was more difficult. It also meant that creating public policy at a local level was really difficult. So in 2021, the coalition got together with the health promoters from Nova Scotia Health in our region, as well as Cape Breton University, and conducted our service-based count. And that's essentially a process where researchers work with service providers over a particular period of time, and they develop an understanding of the numbers, the statistical information related to homelessness and people in precarious housing situations. It was startling. I will tell you, the results were very startling. And gave us great cause for concern. Happy to say that we just finished, and when I say we, I mean the dedicated team of researchers at Cape Breton University, just finished the 2024 results, and that'll be released on Friday. I can tell you the limited shelter options, the transportation barriers, the service gaps, the stigma and privacy concerns, massive in a rural community. Even being able to collect this data and publish it in a way that doesn't identify, oh, that one person who's living rough in the St. Peter's area. Well, we all know who that is, right? So it's really difficult to balance privacy with statistical data collection. There was really a lack of also municipal policy to incent private development, and the coalition made no bones about showing that to me when I ran in 2020, and so we got to work right away. We did a strategic plan refresh. 2 of the 4 pillars in our plan have housing as a priority. We developed a land use plan where in 2023, where we set housing as a priority as well, developed land use bylaws that enable as of right multiple dwellings on one lot. And all of that sounds really like, oh my God, how is that going to help? But you wouldn't believe the number of developers who would come to us and say, well, we have to go and get this variance exception. It's a whole process. And, you know, Karen, you mentioned the difficulty around planning, you know, departments and that type of thing. So we developed policy to create solutions at what we call as of right that would enable people to pursue solutions, you know, within reason, without, you know, I guess compromising the integrity of neighborhoods and communities, to help ease the situation. We also developed one of the changes we did in our land use was we allowed the conversion of institutional buildings to residential buildings in some of our zones, which enabled us to put our vacated school that the municipality had come into ownership of. We put that out to tender, and we were successful this summer in getting a private sector bidder on it, who started work this fall on putting in a mixed use residential and service / commercial based institution that's going to make a huge difference in our communities. So win, I'm excited about that. And what did that cost the municipality? It took us almost 4 years to get clear title to the building. But anyway, once we got that done, it cost us little or nothing to put that RFP out and make that solution, get that solution underway. And I know that in our neighboring town, you know, I'm talking a lot about Richmond County because that's where I'm from, but in the neighboring town of Port Hawkesbury, they're working with New Dawn. They've, you know, enabled zoning to allow multiple units. There's 80 new units, up to 80 new units in the next 5 years going in next to the Strait Area campus. So these are the things that are starting to move the needle for us. It's, and it all started with forming that coalition in 2018, because I can guarantee you in 2020, when we were running, if nobody had said to us housing is an issue, none of that public policy would be in place that is supporting the tangibles and putting roofs over people's heads now in our community. So a little bit about innovative solutions. Aside from the policy side, one of the things that I've observed over the last number of years is that, you know, I mentioned, and again, in small communities, there are some privacy issues, but there are other tools that we have in place that we need to look at adapting, expanding the scope of what those tools and what the roles are. We're looking at establishing a voluntary vulnerable person registry. I understand there's one here in HRM now. Is there a way that we can integrate more of a housing focus into that? We have a senior safety and social inclusion coordinator working for the county. Is there a way that we can provide that person with more tools around, or, you know, direct connections to the housing support workers? The same with our Cape Breton South Recruiting for Health group. Housing tends to be a #1 issue, even when you're trying to locate physicians and nurses, people whose, you know, annual income would generally be in excess of where, you know, the affordable housing threshold. Still no place for these people to live, so we can't attract them here, and those are the people who are going to provide service to the residents of our region. So we need to, you know, we've done a better job, and we're doing a better job over time in trying to connect the dots and break down the silos, I guess, Karen, right? Like when I think about your discussion on silos, that's what we're trying to do at a municipal level, is to break down those silos so that we're working together. We're also working with developers to design policy. So one of the policies that we put together that I do want to mention is a capital improvement and development policy. I believe it is maybe one of the only of its kind in Nova Scotia. And if there's some out there in other municipalities, please let me know, because we had a hard time developing it because it was so new. So what it allows private developers to do is if they're, you know, there's a threshold of criteria they need to meet, but if they're looking at developing affordable housing options that are multi-unit in our community, they can apply through the municipality to have their permitting fees waived. Then we also, because we don't have water and sewer infrastructure everywhere, as a matter of fact, very little water and sewer compared to the size of the land, we're looking at cost sharing up to 33% on water and sewer infrastructure improvements. So if they need an extension to a line or whatever the case may be, the municipality will kick in. And, you know, I know that might seem like small potatoes, but at the end of the day, if we don't do this, if we don't provide these incentives, it makes it really hard for developers to to be able to provide affordable solutions. And I guess, like, for me, I feel that I rent one tiny little house, and at the end of the day, I struggle to keep that affordable, right? Because the costs have gone up, and I don't want to rent evict, and I'm struggling with all of those, all of those things that I know a lot of people are on a much bigger scale. At the end of the day, the lesson learned, I would say, for us is that the coalition has been about relationships. It's been all about relationship building. I think that's where the rubber hits the road for us. It's what's making the difference. The relationships with our housing support workers, the service providers, the business community, health services, intermunicipal relationships. We share 5 or 6 municipalities, 6 I think in our region, share the services of our Eastern District Planning Commission. So that would be like our planning department having 5 or 6 bosses. Think about that, right? Enacting the policy, the land use of 5 or 6 different municipalities, building the relationships there to make sure that we're working with them to deliver better policy has been key. And I think at the end of the day, we've heard it here a number of times today, but that collaboration is much needed. We can't do this on our own. And what homelessness looks like and precarious housing looks like in our rural communities is very different from our urban centers. So I'll leave it there. So thank you very much, guys. Again, I told you I could talk all day.
Thank you, Councillor. And thank you to all the panelists. It may be misleading because there's only so many chairs up here, but we heard a lot of shout outs. So if you are a co-chair, if you are a housing support worker, if you are part of SODA or Roof 25, or if you are in any way referenced to the work that's up here, could you put your hand up, please? Perfect. Could we get a round of applause for this group? Yeah. Thank you. It is all about coalition, so thank you. I think we're going to go directly to questions from the audience. So, yeah.
If I may. Thanks, Braden. So I just wanted to point out that just a very key difference here between Musquetubbin Harbor and these other 2 places in Nova Scotia is that we are rural in HRM. And I just want to keep hitting that one over your heads because it is a very different situation because we compete with the city and we do not have a separate government. We don't have a town council to go to. So I just want to keep pointing that out. Thanks.
Thanks, Karen. Yeah, different resources at different levels. Yeah. Question right here. Thanks very much.
Hello. Oh. So we are coming from Truro, also considered a rural area, but quickly expanding. So I can definitely appreciate some of the things that were being said. And I feel as though in rural communities, sometimes we have this subconscious mindset of take what you get and be grateful for it and don't complain. And I appreciate the responsibility that this is a shared issue that we're all trying to work towards solving, mentioning about homeowners and community members and that sort of thing. But I think that's letting some people off the hook too easy. And I guess my question is, what can we do to demand both equitable distribution of resources, the attention to the complexities of rural homelessness, and also promote policy change to continue to correct this issue rather than just continuing to say it needs to be a group effort, because it's certainly not the nonprofits that aren't working.
Thank you for the question. Who would like to tackle that first?
I completely agree. We all can get along just fine. And then there's other barriers. I don't think that, as I've said several times in my community, protest doesn't work. Neither does going into our caves work. We need to be doing things at the local level that invite government, invite partners from the larger entities around us to work with us. And I don't think there's any other way. Personally, I don't think there's any other way than to just get started and invite them in.
Yeah, I'll address that too. I think it's a great question. Oh, it's everybody's responsibility, but it's nobody's responsibility, right? So, I guess from our perspective, I'm going to put my county hat on more than the coalition, was that we just started create solutions. We were like, we're tired of getting calls from people having nowhere to live and we have no place to put them. There is a women's transition center in Port Hawkesbury. There is nothing in Richmond County, not one shelter bed, no, nothing. So we just started to create solutions through policy. So that's I guess the response I would have is whatever tools you have at your disposal, put them to work, and resources will follow activity, right? Resources will when you take action, you're setting an example, and you need to pitch that. You need to tell your story to the provincial government, to the federal government, to the municipal government, and hope that they will buy in.
I would just add, Amanda was speaking about their coalition. We have a coalition on the South Shore. There's a number of groups across rural Nova Scotia that are concerned about housing issues in their communities. And I think that there is an opportunity for us to do that advocacy piece, identifying those policy solutions that could work for rural Nova Scotia and using our voices together to make sure that those needs are being heard. We don't have the data. I mean, everyone in this room knows anything about doing housing work in rural Nova Scotia is the data issue, right? We have community groups applying for funding, wanting to build housing, do other projects. They don't have the data, and they're told, well, you can't access the funding because you don't have the data. Well, how do we get the data then? Or is there an opportunity to change the criteria for the funding program to meet the needs of the communities rather than communities needing to bend to meet those funding criteria? But I do think that there's an opportunity for us to develop some messaging together around what we want to see, what our communities need, and use those opportunities like the provincial election, potentially of upcoming federal election, to make sure rural voices are heard.
Thank you, Nancy. And also, I appreciate weaving in those questions of data and how it can seem efficient to centralize resources, and the other side of that is that you restrict rural community responses. If I dare to invite one more question from the audience, how are we doing for time, Kevin?
We've got a couple of more.
Yeah, perfect.
Hi, I'm also from Truro, so we all work at the same place if you couldn't tell. I guess my question is for Amanda. First off, we personally follow the work that CBRM's been doing in this field for a long time. And we aspire to be there someday. But my question is, how do we as an organization support our local government to get to the level where you guys are at? Because it seems like I've been working with our agency for 5 years, and this conversation keeps happening, but nothing changes.
Support, I say demand.
Right. I also want to acknowledge that I think that what I've noticed is, in terms of rural Nova Scotia and this issue, is we all tend to seem like we're the only ones. So we're all in our little bubble. And I know for us, there is no other shelter aside from ourselves, as well as New Glasgow from Halifax to Cape Breton. So it is a huge window of opportunity. Sorry, Caitlin. Yeah, I definitely think we all need to get together from one side of Halifax to the other. Like there's lots of us around. But yeah, how do we get our government to be where you're at? Well, just to be clear, I'm not a counselor for CBRM. I don't know. So I'm in Richmond County, and I will say I feel like we are way behind. I don't know, Sheriff, if you feel that way, but I just feel like we did not move the needle quickly enough on establishing a regional not-for-profit association, an actual entity that could leverage municipal, provincial, and federal programs. So as much as you feel like you're behind, you're probably doing much better than what you think you are, I guess is what I would say. At the end of the day, it's never enough because it's an urgent problem. And when you don't have the solutions in place, it means people are sleeping in the cold, which is unacceptable, right? So, I guess, the way that Richmond County responded, elect the right damn people. cast your vote accordingly. I'm sorry, but that's what it is, right? Like if you're going to just go cast your vote and not ask candidates about how they feel about this issue, then you're going to probably get what you get, and that's the bottom line. So sorry, the Cape Breton's coming right out of me now. Look out. But you really need to vote accordingly, right? And I think you need to get organized. It sounds like you are organized. It's just the job of, it's just a slog, and you got to keep slogging away at it. Yeah.
So,
Yeah. So yeah, so Cher is pointing out that new nonprofit association for the province, like we're really hopeful that we're going to be able to leverage their voice and get the rural kind of priorities heard more. So yeah, thanks, Cher.
okay, so I was just wondering if you have been involved at all in doing some work around restricting short-term rentals. So you've talked about the struggles of developing new housing, but I wonder if you're working on preserving the stock that you have for people who want to live in the community rather than for financialization. And I know, for example, in Inverness County in particular, there's about 4% of the or all of the housing stock there that's used for short-term rentals. So again, just wondering if you're addressing that issue.
Thank you for the question. We did have a chance as a panel to chat last week, and this did come up. So I'll hand it off to Karen first.
It's a very complicated issue because Musquedoboit Harbor is also a tourist destination. And we don't have a hotel. There's no hotels there. So it's really important that we find the balance here between affordable housing that is, maintained and sustainable and all of that and keeps people in place. And there's opportunities for people to come to the community and enjoy the ocean and the museums and all of those things. So I think it's an ongoing challenge of balance and understanding. I will say that since the restrictions have come in through HRM, and it's been very confusing in terms of different land uses depending on zoning. It's been crazy. But since that has come in, a number of those Airbnbs have become long-term rentals. So that has been a good positive result.
We'll quickly do one last question from the online, which is how is it that small property owners leasing affordable housing are finding it hard to keep units affordable while rental properties seem to be lucrative for corporations buying up the real estate?
Who would like to take this? Yep, Counselor.
So I am feeling that question, let me tell you. And it's because I am a small property owner that rents, like I said, to a single mom. I was a single mom. It's, that's what I want to do. And so I've done that. But I am struggling to keep that rent down. I got to tell you, because the damn municipality keeps raising my taxes and, the cost of everything, the cost of insurance on that property loan is so hard. So, at the end of the day, I think the reason that larger corporations have more success with that is because it's about economies of scale. I have one property. I had two and I just sold one. So I had one property. And I mean, that means I'm paying top dollar for everything. And when you get into corporate level housing solutions, they're getting economies of scale, better deals on everything. So I think that has a lot to do with it. And it's discouraging as a property owner that I can't, I'm struggling here, Anyway, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Good point there about rising rent. Yeah, thank you. We could continue, and there's a lot here, but I do want to respect the fact that the next session is coming in, and we're all going to come together as part of the final closing panel. Amanda. Oh, yeah. Sure.
Thank you.
I want to point out that our conversation in getting ready for this was all about the centralization of resources and the challenge of distributing the same to meet the needs of local rural communities. So I just want to put that around us.
Thank you, Karen, Nancy, Amanda. Really appreciate it. Thank you to United Way. and to all of you for prioritizing today's conversation.
All right, folks, we do have our final break for the next few minutes. There is some sweets still left, water, juice, everything over there. Please go ahead and avail yourselves of that. As soon as everybody's back in, I have a couple of more announcements, and then we'll get into our final piece of the day. Please remember, behind the curtain, you can pick up copies of James's book, as well as a couple of other things. And I said I'll be back in a couple of minutes for final announcements. going to get an email post the symposium today for an evaluation. We do, however, have some paper copies that are available, and they'll be available at the registration desk on your way out if you'd like to do that. Either that way or doing it online, the survey is one of the tools we look at when we plan this event, and it probably takes the most precedence in what we look at going forward. So please take a time to do that. I'd like to note all of the staff that you saw and volunteers that you saw in red who volunteered all day. They've been here since about 7:30 this morning, getting things set up, moving things along, and making sure people get from A to B and stuff gets from A to B. So a big round of applause, if you would, for those folks. I'd also like to thank Ampersand Catering for the food that they did for us, and it was a huge, huge help to get us through the day. So thank you very much. Thank you to Tracy Flaherty Wilmont and Kate Spur at AHANS and Trish McCourt, who spent a lot of time helping develop the sessions and coordinate speakers. Huge amount of work that I think I've heard from everybody that they went to some sessions that were eye-opening and exciting and really interesting. So thanks to them for a lot of work. We do have behind the curtain is the one of the construction associations, Atlantic Services, and they are doing two things I wanted to highlight for folks. One is they are building tiny homes, and they are looking for people who would like them. And two, they have a cohort of apprentices who are coming through their skills program, and they are looking for placement opportunities for those folks. They come from marginalized communities, and they'll have another cohort as well. So if you get a chance and that's something of interest, please connect with them before we're done. And my final sort of advertisement is for the Nova Scotia not-for-profit housing association, who does have some capacity to provide some help to those who are interested in housing to get from, I'd like to have some housing or some more housing, to that first ask for funding. So Tracy's down here in the front. Trish is down here in the front and is keen to talk to you about that. I've probably overwhelmed her now, but she and her team do have some help to help you, for example, prepare for an application to a funder. So that's also there. Big thank you to Brianna Zwicker from the Nova Scotia Not-for-Profit Housing Association, and Tessa from United Way, who were instrumental in putting this together. They have done almost nothing for weeks to get this off the ground. It makes Kevin calm and still has hair, and I didn't lose any more, which just is really good. So huge thanks to them. So our final closing keynote is Jim Hughes, President and CEO of the Old Brewery Mission in Montreal. We've talked about Ending Homeless in Canada, the book that is available for sale. I saw Jim Gunn wandering around with a copy. There he is, and a couple of other folks. Really easy to pick them up and well worth the read. Jim was born and raised in Montreal and is a lawyer by training. James is chairman of the board of the Provincial Employment Roundtable, co-chair of the Canadian Shelter Transformation Network, and board member of the Centre Hospitality de Université de Montréal. He is a former member of the board of the Queen Elizabeth Health Centre and the National Council on Welfare. He's also the proud founding president of Yes Montreal, Youth Employment Services. He has also served as president of the Graham Bokum Foundation and deputy minister of social development for the province of New Brunswick. James is the author of Early Intervention and editor of Beyond Shelters and Ending Homelessness in Canada, The Case for Homelessness Prevention, all published by James Lortimer and Company Limited. He is the recipient of the Goldbloom Award for his service to Quebec's English-speaking minority and Queen's University John Sterling Medal for his contributions to Montreal's most vulnerable systems. Please join me in welcoming Jim Hughes to the microphone for the closing keynote. Welcome and thank you.
Right. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here and surviving that long introduction of my obituary-like life to date. Yeah, it's always dangerous to give too much information. Some things I shouldn't have included that in there. It makes no sense whatsoever. I'm here to talk to you about something I'm very passionate about. Having listened to some of the other speakers and hearing the exchanges, something that you're very passionate about as well, which is, of course, ending homelessness. And we've audaciously, I say we, there's a group of 10 of us who have audaciously chosen to write a book called Ending Homelessness in Canada, The Case for Homelessness Prevention, which I really want to spend half an hour with you to talk about. Because our collective belief is that it is indeed possible. It's not impossible, although it is audacious in as much as that the stakes have never been higher and the challenge has never been greater. Right. So let me tell you first a little bit about what I do. I run a place called the Old Brewery Mission. Old Brewery Mission because it was founded a long time ago, 1889. It was founded. We're our 135th anniversary this year. Don't think of it really as celebrating our 135th anniversary. You're kind of marking the fact that we've been fighting homelessness for a very, very long time. John A. Macdonald was the prime minister at the time. That was 24 years after Confederation. Am I getting my math right there? About 25 years after the re-election of Abraham Lincoln. That was a long time ago. Homelessness has been around for a very, very long time. When we started, we were one facility, we were supporting about 50 men at the time. Fast forward 135 years, the biggest issue we're facing in Montreal is homeless encampments, just like in so many places. We're going to talk about what's going on across the country, but this is a site we see everywhere. And this is in a place called La Rue Notre-Dame in the east end, southeast end of the city of Montreal. And today, as we speak, there's about 100 tents there, and it's overflowing. We've got notice that the police are going to be coming in to evict everyone this Thursday. So that's the scene from 1889 till fast forward till today. The Old Brewery itself has three main priority orientations. Emergency services. We've stopped using the language of shelter services. It's we don't think it necessarily serves us very well. We don't also think we are a shelter anymore. We provide 24/7 services. There's no dormitories left. The food is restaurant quality, and the focus is not security but housing. So we think a lot about really offering emergency services to people who are in immediate need of assistance. We provide rehousing opportunities. And for the last 3 or 4 years, we've been working on prevention. And we're going to tell you more about that as we go. And we're right across the city. We run 15 facilities right now with a whole bunch of new projects on the way. The organization has grown, needless to say, from the 50-bed shelter that it had 135 years ago. This is what it is today. It's a big organization. It's an organization with over 300 employees. mostly because of that 24/7 makeup. We support 1,000 different people through our services every day, through emergency services, 476 housing opportunities, and a caseload of about 60 to 70 people in our prevention services as well. So together, it's a little bit over about 1,000 people per day. And I tell you all this because despite all of that, that's our main facility. Homelessness has gone up by 33% since 2018. So we had 3,000 people according to our street count in 2018 on any given night. 2022 it was 5,000, and most people think it's about 6,000 now, if not more, on every night. So this is why we wrote this book, mostly out of frustration about us getting better as an organization, other organizations getting better, getting bigger, getting stronger, getting smarter, and yet the numbers continue to go up. The headlines, you can just read some of these. We'll go through this really quickly. The headlines are telling the story about homelessness slowly and surely taking over a lot of our urban imagination. Our social geography is starting to become defined by the people who use our public spaces in a way they've never used them before. This is just another shot of the Notre Dame Street encampment. This was it last winter. This is under the Ville Marie Speedway. And it's not, of course, only in Montreal. So we're going to zoom across the country pretty quickly here. So I used to be, as it was said in the introduction, I used to be in the civil service in New Brunswick, and in Fredericton, it's going up and up and up as well. These sites are becoming common. They're becoming normalized right across the country. Regina, I was in Regina a couple of weeks ago as well. And the suffering there is going up. The advocates are saying that the street count in 2021 will have doubled by the next time we do the next street count, about 1,000 people probably on any one night in Regina. Vancouver, maybe the epicenter of homelessness in this country. Vancouver has to some degree already been defined by the question of homelessness with its Lower East Side problems. But it's not just in the East Side. It's on its shores, under its bridges as well. Toronto. Anybody been to Toronto recently? Yeah. What are you seeing there? You're seeing this. You're seeing this a lot in Toronto. 12,200 people on any given night in the shelter system, and obviously people are waiting outside. 7,300 in 2021, so 5,000 increase in the space of just a couple of years. And across the country, you see the third one down here. Ontario's unofficial estimate of homelessness population is 234,000 people. Province. And the tents. Okay, let's come to Halifax. And I've got some some photos here of Halifax, which you'll know very, very well. But just having listened in on the rural presentation, I acknowledge, and this is true, by the way, in every province. It's got its big city forms, it's got its smaller city forms, it's got its rural forms. It's everywhere. Victoria Park. I think I was told that one was taken down. Was that true? Yeah. 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 I was here last year for the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness meeting. I think this was from then. It may have persisted, but right in front of City Hall. That's yeah. Yeah. Okay. And people are getting scared. People are getting worried. This is an abacus an Abacus survey from last week. The numbers just came out. Number one issue, healthcare. This is in your election, in your provincial election that's being held right now. Number two issue, cost of living. And there it is, number three, housing and homelessness. It's on everybody's minds. It's on everybody's fingertips now. This is an issue that is really starting to take a place that we would never have imagined 10 years ago. Certainly not 135 years ago. Okay. It was working like that before, though, just saying. All right. Okay. So just going to go back here. I think it's low battery. That's what I think myself. Let's hope this thing. Okay. All right. Let's get to the point of all this. The point of all this is the following, which is okay. Yeah, we'll advance it. Advance it one if you don't mind. There is a slide missing. There's a bunch of slides missing, actually. There's like 3 slides missing, possibly. Maybe. Oh, no. Okay, I'm going to tell you what's in the slides that are missing. That's awkward. Here's the point. The point is that waiting for people to become homeless, treating homelessness is not working all by itself. There's 2 halves to the equation when it comes to addressing these issues, is treating. Oldbury Mission, we've treated homelessness for 135 years in different ways. We've waited for people to get homeless, and they've come to us, and we've treated them. And if the slide was there, it would be an emergency room with a doctor doing surgery on someone. That's what we do in the homelessness sector. Those who are working in emergency services, overnight services, the winter service type models, those are forms of treatment. Working in the street with people who are living in tents, you're working with people who have become homeless. And the point of the book is that we are not able to address the issue simply by letting people wait to slip into that trauma. We need to start to work upstream, because the status quo is just failing us profoundly right across the country. And if you're in the business of it's too bad. There's this fantastic slide we're missing to kind of lead off on the prevention thing. Okay, I'm going to have you imagine something here. Okay, I'm going to imagine, use your imaginations. Picture driving from Edmundston to Fredericton, going south. Okay, picture it. What's on the side of the roads? Trees. Okay. What's on the side of the highways between the forest and the highways? Who's going to get this one? Yes. Okay, give this person a book right over here. The moose fence. There's a picture up here of a moose fence. And I put it up there because it's a beautiful photo, an image of what prevention is all about. Asking the question of where are the moose, the deer, coming from? How can we prevent them from getting on the highway? And the fence is what was devised to have such an amazing, remarkable impact in terms of the reduction of traffic accidents on the highways. And there's this female moose just looking at the camera like this. And she is really the symbol of having saved so many lives, hers, but also those who are driving down the highway. And if I'm going to be very honest, that's the title that I wanted to name this book, The Moose Fence. And you're laughing, and guess what? The publisher laughed as well. when I suggested it, because he said, "There's no way we're naming it this. They think you're writing about wildlife. It's not happening. We're not doing that." Yes. If we're in the prevention business, we have to ask the question, where are people coming from? So let's click forward. And you've heard some of these themes throughout the day today. I'm going to talk to you about three of them: rental market evictions, government institutions, and Indigenous communities. So next click. These are where the solutions are. And we can click again. Slow. Okay, while we're doing that, the whole issue about eviction prevention is really becoming particularly important, because you've heard about the loss of existing affordable housing units. We can't afford to lose anymore. What are the solutions to do that? The solutions to do that include something we're very proud of in Montreal, and this is something I wanted to make sure got on your radar. And it doesn't just apply to Halifax, this can apply to other smaller communities as well. And this is called the right of preemption. So the City of Montreal in 2020 voted itself the power to put a lien on existing affordable housing complexes, low-cost apartment buildings and rooming houses in particular. There were certain guidelines around that. And they had a list of all of these units, and they're in the thousands. And over the course of the next few years, they put over 125 liens on these properties. Why did they do that? They did that because in the event that those buildings became for sale, the city had the right of first refusal to buy it. So, and they've gone forward, they've bought or in the process of buying 15 of those apartment blocks. So hundreds and hundreds of units of housing that are going to be forever removed from the clutches of the investment community, which has been so devastating for people who are living in low income. Mostly legally, over the course of the period between 2010 and 2020, we lost 320,000 units of affordable housing across this country. And that is absolutely being done under our noses, and we've allowed it to happen. And the result has been, in part, one of the results of that has driven part of the homelessness crisis that we're seeing. If the slide was up there, the next thing you would see is a bank. And the next solution in terms of a portfolio of interventions that you can think about in terms of reducing the risk of eviction is rent banks. So rent banks are a fund that can, and some of you may already have heard about these things, a fund that can help someone at low risk, at low income, at risk of homelessness, to pay that month's rent if in fact they're not able to do so. An application can be done to the fund. The funds can flow very quickly because most of the time they're being preserved by the nonprofit itself. It's not usually a government agency that has a rent bank. And it's a very quick and transactional way for someone to keep their current residence. It's the best way to prevent homelessness is someone never moves from the place that they are. Think about it too, with such tight housing markets as we have, if that person gets evicted, where are they going to go? There was a time when we did have latitude. They could find another place. We can't anymore. And I can tell you that out of personal experience. At Old Brewery, we are fighting all the time to try to get our hands on low-income private units in the city. And it's a fierce fight to try to get the landlord to pick you. And it's rare that the landlord will pick organizations like ours because of the clientele we serve. There's much easier ones. So rent banks as the number 2 issue. The BC government invested 11 million in the BC rent bank very recently to help 1,500 households to try to keep their residents. How cool is that? So that's a provincial government initiative, but you could substitute provincial government for municipal government anytime to initiate one of these things. And I would say right here, you know, United Way, community, the Community Foundation, it could be really helpful in creating such a vehicle. Okay, we'll try to pick up speed here. Rental board mediation, lawyers at rental boards. Rental boards are powerful places where eviction notices get confirmed. But what if they had the power to actually suggest, no, you're going to mediation if there's a homelessness risk. I want you guys to figure it out. If there's a rent bank available as well, tied to the rental board, you've got a really nice set of tools in place that you can possibly try to help people keep their place. Rental boards traditionally, if there is someone who's failed to pay, out they go. It's very, very easy on that basis. But if you're in a housing crisis with under 1% vacancy rates, maybe the rules should change. And that's one way that it could. In Europe, they have tenant unions. I love this one. In Montreal and Toronto, they're developing them as well. So back in the day, in the early 1900s, employment unions, labor unions were developed to fight for the rights at that time, which were so devastatingly abused by employers. I sometimes think that we're at that moment as well with respect to low-income tenants. So what if they start to bind together in, hey, we've caught up. Amazing. Fantastic. What about a Halifax tenants union? Do you have one here? Okay, fantastic for information and for representation. Amazing. Well, that's a fantastic tool in your toolbox. But are they negotiating with the larger landlords? That's where they've got to in some of the bigger jurisdictions. Yeah. So sometimes it's better to have some of the representatives of the union doing the negotiation instead of the actual tenants themselves. That's when you're getting to the point of actually equalizing power, which is amazing. Shelter diversion is another one, diverting people who are facing homelessness at the door of the shelter, getting them in a cab, taking them to their brother, if that's an available option, not getting into the risk of starting to circulate with a homeless crowd. Rental board, rent control and eviction moratoria are some of the big tools as well, and these are the last ones I'll mention. We have rent control in Montreal, and the Quebec government just enacted a three-year eviction moratoria on seniors who've been living in the same dwelling for 10 years, who are low income. They cannot be evicted right now, and that's because of the vacancy rate being so low. Imagine that person getting evicted. There's nowhere for them to go. So this is the question for our government leaders to a large degree, and for those of us in the community sector to also think about in terms of our advocacy, is if it's a crisis, if it really is a crisis, do you believe it's a crisis? Well, what are you going to do about it that is different than what you're doing now? You're allowed to change the rules when you're in crisis. And I think we are. I was asked on the radio on Friday, there's a motion going before Montreal City Council to enact emergency measures in the city of Montreal because of the homelessness crisis. And they said, do you agree it's, that the emergency measures should be voted in? And I'm thinking to myself, well, it's certainly an emergency for one person to be in homelessness, to be faced with that risk. But how many at a social level, at a societal level, does it need for it to become an emergency? Is a crisis and an emergency the same thing? So I don't want to, those are existential questions, but it seems to me like the answer is yes. I think we're there as a society. We're there. So is this working or is it this one? I just going, I go, okay, so what is the other thing that absolutely has to be done? And it is clear we have to build. We have to build like hell. For prevention measures, but also for treatment measures, we need more apartments. We need more rooms. We need more studios. We need more services attached to them. In the period in 19, my glasses on here. So non-market housing was being built at the rate of 35,000 to 45,000 units a year in Canada in the period in the 50s, 60s, and early 70s. 35 to 45,000 a year. And in 1994 to 2017, non-market housing construction was at 4,000 per year. Just give you those again because it's quite mind-boggling. So during the pre-80s, 35,000 to 45,000 units per year being built across the country of non-market housing, co-op housing, nonprofit housing, and public housing. Okay. Fast forward to the neoliberal period that started in the 80s, went through the 90s, and all the way through to 2017, 4,000 units on average a year. So they dropped it by a times 10 over that period. At the same time, remember the stat I gave you before, 320,000 units of affordable housing being removed from the market. So why are we in a housing crisis? Why are we in a housing crisis? We know why we're in a housing crisis. We've let it unfold before our very eyes. And that's why we have to build like hell. I feel a whole massive sense of nostalgia almost. Angst, frustration, and nostalgia for the way it was back in a time when housing was pretty close to being truly considered a right. It went without saying that we built this amount of housing for people who were in need. We stopped doing that. The society and electors, voters have been convinced it's not important enough. It's not important enough. I mean, we obviously in this room, you're in this room because you believe it is. I'm worried there's a whole bunch of people out there who don't think it is, who are actually voting that way. And it scares me that we are not going to be able to build like hell and reach what would be like a sensible objective. The objective was much higher during the post-war period than just 20% of non-market housing. But right now, in Nova Scotia, I think it's about 4%, maybe a little less. In Montreal, it's just a little bit over, and we're one of the best in the country. We've got such a long way to go to get back to where we were, and it's not going to be easy. But we did do it before. We did do it before, and I think well, needless to say, need to do it again. I'm going to try to get through this stuff quite quickly. There was a gentleman talking before about his prison experience. Whoa, that was quite the exchange. So there's this whole other category of prevention opportunities we have, which is those who are at discharge from government institutions. The first is provincial prisons. As the gentleman said, he's not ready. He was discharged into homelessness. He was discharged into homelessness. 20% of provincial prisoners in Quebec are at risk of homelessness. 1 in 5 when they come to the doors, and when we do the street counts, about 7% of the entire population will say that the reason they're homeless is because of prison. But there's some amazing programs. The Old Bury is sponsored a whole program to work with specialists in the prison system. The program is called Après l'ombre, After the Darkness, where John Howard Society in Montreal, the Elizabeth Fry Society, and the YMCA are partnering with the Old Bury. We're housing experts, they're prison experts, and together we're identifying people at risk of homelessness and finding housing, as hard as it is, housing options for them. So working on provincial prisoners as a category is a great upstream measure. Hospitals. is another one. The CHUM Super, I sit on the board of the CHUM Super Hospital in Montreal. It's just about 2 minutes down the road from our main facility. 40% of the emerge is taken up by people who are experiencing homelessness. 40%. It's becoming a shelter. It's becoming a shelter. And some amazing organizations, including the University Health Network in Toronto, they have identified their highest flyers, those who use the emergency room the most. And you know what they've done? They've built housing for them. A hospital has built housing for their highest users of their emergency ward. Look it up on your phones. It's called Dunn House. It's being managed by an amazing nonprofit in Toronto called the Fred Victor Mission, and it needs to be replicated right across the country. Fantastic prevention measure. Public housing is another one. The risks of people leaving public housing are also great, even though that's good, modest housing. Sometimes you need intervention workers to make sure they help keep it. At Oldbury, we have another program there to work with the Office Municipal de Habitation so that we can negotiate people staying in their housing under certain conditions. So this idea of social mediation and social negotiation is another really opportunity to help people keep their low cost housing. Oh. You put this all together, governments generating homelessness, it's one thing governments can do. Again, we're in the middle of a provincial election. There's no reason the Nova Scotia government, knowing that kids coming out of their care in the child protection sphere have a great risk of homelessness. In Montreal, a young person who is find themselves in homelessness is likely in 1 case out of 2 to come straight from child protection. 1 in 2. Okay, so what if government agencies, child protection, mental health resources, hospitals, provincial prisons had the mandate to identify for homelessness risk, intervene with best efforts, and 3, report annually on their success in diverting people at discharge from homelessness and into housing. That would be very cool legislation to make explicit what these government departments are supposed to be doing implicitly anyway, and by the way, are succeeding in many cases in doing implicitly. But let's shine a light on that government responsibility to make sure we bifurcate people out of homelessness at every turn. 35% of homeless people in this country are Indigenous. Indigenous people represent 5% of the population. That disproportionality is absolutely unacceptable to, I'm sure, everybody in this room and everybody who would know that statistic. Organizations, there's some most incredible organizations on reserve that we've seen. We need to accept there is a housing crisis in many, if not most, Indigenous communities across the country. I don't think we've got there yet. And that, as the book says, we've got some beautiful chapters in this book by Indigenous writers themselves. We need to be true to the Truth and Reconciliation recommendations around equipping our First Nations with the kind of resources they need in terms of financial innovation, in terms of land claims, through child protection measures. This is Cindy Blackstock, a Canadian hero who is fighting to try to get resources into Indigenous child protection centers so that we can reduce the incidence not only of children leaving the care and the community in rates that are just totally unacceptable, but finding themselves on the street as well. This is amazing homelessness prevention policy in the area of Indigenous child protection. They're experimenting in the West with urban reserves, which is another thing you might want to look up. I don't think time will permit us to do it today. But ultimately, when there's opportunities to try to devolve powers to individuals even living off reserve, but in connection with First Nations communities, we have the opportunity to equip Indigenous leadership with the chance to actually make the kind of difference we all want. All right. The punchline. That's it. That's really what we got to do. This is the only way forward. We can't stop doing what we're doing. We can't stop treating homelessness. We've got to do it better than we've ever done before. But if we don't add effective prevention, I promise you it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse than it is. The trends over the last 5 years have proved it. Let's reverse those trends. Let's plateau it and have it come down. This is what we want for everyone. And you know, I'm the first to say communities should yearn for these kind of spaces where there's no tents. This is along the side of the highway there is where all those tents are today. There was a time when there were none of those tents. I'm nostalgic in so many ways. I'm nostalgic for a time when those tents weren't there. Not that those people aren't trying to survive and we need to support them. Of course we are, but they want to be housed too. They want to have housing that's adequate and affordable with the services necessary. And the communities around them want to have their parks back. Everyone benefits by having this type of image as our goal. We want to have headlines like this one. Please let us in Canada try to get a headline like this in the next decade. And we've done it before. This is something to never forget. Big, wicked social problems like this, we've had them before. Can anybody tell me what the smoking rate was for 15 and overs in 1965? Take a guess. It's 50% on average between men and women, 1 and 2 people. But yeah, the numbers are super big. Anybody want to guess what the rate is today of tobacco usage? 12%. And it's less in BC, a little bit more in Quebec. Shocking. We took on tobacco. It took 50 years. It took 50 years with layers and layers of policy. You know the ads we've seen. We know where we've put the cigarette packs in the back. We know we've been much better in enforcement. Tobacco is maybe the way forward. There's another one too. Traffic accidents. I mentioned my moose fence before. Moose fence has contributed to, but not just moose fence, seat belts, bike helmets, drunk driving laws, better roads, better cars, airbags, and so on. The number of road deaths in 1979 was almost 6,000, and today it's under 2,000. It's been amazing. It's been amazing. Not talked about a lot, the incredible descent of road accidents, both mortality and morbidity as well. About a 2% reduction per year since the 90s. It's amazing. It's amazing that we've done that. So it's possible. It's possible with homelessness too. It's not an overnight. It's a decades-long fight that we have in front of us. Finland did it. Finland has about 100 homeless people left right now. 30 years ago, they were like everybody else. If we need a country that has shown the way forward, it's Finland, and we won't get into that example too deeply. Canada's got to be there. We owe it to ourselves, and we owe it to the men, the women, the children, the seniors who are living in the camps and living in the shelters. We got to do better than we are today. I know I'm committed to it, and I bet you are too. Thank you very much, folks.
So big thanks to James for his closing keynote. And if you did buy one of the books, he's volunteered to sign them before we head out. Final things. Big thank you to our interpretive team who joined us. And we hope that today you'd walk away inspired. You'd walk away with some new knowledge. You would have made some new friends. And so we hope we achieved those objectives for you today. Again, you will get the slides that you've seen today in a follow-up package. You will get an evaluation form. Please fill out the form. Really helpful to us. There is some leftover stuff from the food day. Please take it if you can use it. That would be great. Final one round of applause for Kevin Hooper. This is staggering amounts of work that he did to make this happen. And other than that, I thank everybody for coming. Please drive safe. It's busy traffic time, so take your time. And hopefully we'll see all of you in a future event or meeting soon.